welcome to the October work session of the Frankfort Board of Commissioners. And I will ask the clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Waldridge,
Present.
Commissioner Thompson,
Present.
Commissioner May,
Present.
Commissioner Unger,
Present.
Mayor Wilkerson.
And present. And we do have a quorum. And before we begin, I want to acknowledge that the fire that happened on the morning of Thursday, September 30th, and the tragic loss of life to Frankfort residents. And I'd ask the board to consider taking a minute here for a moment of silence. And I also want to thank the Frankfort Fire and EMS for their response and the surrounding communities. We had Anderson County, Lexington, Scott County was there. We had multiple organizations respond to that fire. So thank you to everyone, and for your selfless act, I can't imagine. So thank you. Next item on the agenda, citizens' comments. Do we have any for tonight? Nope. Okay. We'll move on to staff reports. Laura Haig.
Thank you, Mayor Wilkinson. Before we get to staff reports, let's see if everybody can see this. I want to share with you that the Kentucky chapter of the American Planning Association awarded the City of Frankfort a Merit Award on our Arts Master Plan. Eric Cockley and Jordan were down there at the meeting just the other week and accepted the award on our behalf, recognizing the strategies we have developed and to implement the vision and achieve the vision of being the public art capital of Kentucky, and our initiatives in indulging in getting culture, education, arts education, and engagement here in the city. So I wanted to share that with you guys. So,
That's great to see it. That's great to see it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Our first staff report is going to be on the alcohol fee waiver. As y'all discussed in our last meeting, in response to business owners and asking about the fee waiver, which happened in 2020, but didn't happen in 2021. Alicia Boyd is going to present on that, as well as Laura Ross.
Good evening, everyone. I hope you guys can all hear me. I just have some information for you just to make your informed decision on how you might want to handle this. And then it's my understanding that Ms. Ross is going to say something after I finish as well. So, but I'll just give you the data, the numbers, since that's obviously what I do. I'm the numbers person. So, okay, so we have 90 businesses right now that pay an alcohol license fee, and those range anywhere from $75 per year to $1,175 per year. If all businesses paid, we get approximately $45,700 in revenue per year. Currently, of those 90 businesses, we have 12 businesses that are delinquent. So 78 are paid through June 30, 2022. They paid back in June, and that gets them good through June 30, 2022. And then also wanted to let you guys know that the city does in fact send a notice, a renewal notice each year to all businesses. So they all got a notice saying your alcohol fees are due, by June, the end of June, just this past June. So if we use the guidelines that are established by the state, I gave you a copy of that attachment with your agenda packet. Sure may put one in for you. If you use the state's guidelines for alcohol license fee waivers, the ones that they use, because I'm kind of the opinion that you don't want to reinvent the wheel, obviously, and we would obviously, in my opinion, if you decided to do this, you would want to follow the state's guidelines. And so what happens is, if you follow the state's guidelines, grocery stores, convenience stores, gas stations, and liquor stores would not qualify for a waiver. And it makes sense because none of those places really had to shut down. So we're really just talking about bars and restaurants for the most part. So if you take out that number of businesses from the 90 businesses, then we're looking at 48 businesses that could potentially qualify for a waiver. So if you recall, I said there were 12 businesses that were delinquent. So if you reduce that number by the businesses that would not qualify, then for the delinquent businesses, potentially down to 7. And then just a note, of those 7, 3 are delinquent 2 years in a row. So just some important things to remember, as I'm sure you guys all know, city has done quite a bit. We did the small business grants, of which we had 26 businesses that are under this number of 48 that got the $10,000 small business grants. We have currently 11 businesses that are part of the 48 that are part of the Shop Local program. We've already spent $100,000 on that. And then also we have 9 of these businesses of the 48 that are part of the mixed district. The city did all the legwork basically for the mixed district. We, bought the cups up front, did the application, did a lot of the, I guess all the artwork and things of that nature, worked with the vendor on that. So I just thought it was important to let you guys know the city has done, quite a bit already for a lot of these businesses. Just to give you some background information on that too. So obviously there's a couple of options here. Option 1 would be we do not waive the fees. Like I said, city's, done quite a bit already. Option 2 obviously would be you decide you want to waive the fees. And what I would recommend you do is, for the people that have already paid, that are paid through June 30, 2022, we would, in essence, be waiving for fiscal year 23. You could waive those people coming up in June. And the businesses, the 7 that have not paid, then you could just say, okay, you're good for now, and then just have them pay in June for fiscal year 23. So in essence, each of those 48 businesses would get 1 waiver year, either in fiscal year 22 or fiscal year 23. Now, what I would appreciate from you guys, to consider would be that new businesses wouldn't qualify, obviously, and then also that if a business is delinquent with us through their occupational tax or their net profit tax, that they would not qualify as well. And then just one other note to mention, if you do this and we waive all qualifying businesses, it's roughly around $30,000 in cost to the city. Well, in revenue to the city. So hopefully that gives you plenty of information to make an informed decision. I'm happy to take any questions, additional questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thanks, Alicia. And Laura, I know you wanted to jump in for a minute?
Yeah, just really quickly. I know there was some confusion about the alcohol fee waivers and whether or not they had been done in the past and how they came about. So I sent you guys an email a while back, but just to reiterate, in early 2020, we enacted our first executive order right at the beginning of the pandemic, where we waived certain penalties and interest regarding a variety of fees, including regulatory fees, which would include alcohol fees. We didn't waive the fees themselves, just the interest and penalties in 2020. And then in late 2020, we got a request for a waiver of the alcohol fees for 2021. that was discussed at a December, I believe it was a work session. And the Board of Commissioners, there was some discussion on that. The interim city manager spoke, and the Board of Commissioners ultimately decided not to take action at that time. So when we did our executive order this year, waiving interest and penalties, we did not include regulatory fees. So the one that was passed by this commission was simply for net profits, occupational taxes. So I just wanted to make sure you all understood how that all came about, and that the previous board is the one that decided not to implement the fees or to waive the fees for 2021. But we are happy to take your direction now, and we'll do as you all ask us to on this issue. Thanks.
Any questions?
Commissioner Thompson?
I guess my question is, if we waive it for 2022, which we've already passed the budget on, is there, there's no intent to backload that and raise the fee in 2023 to try to recapture that anyway, right? This would legitimately be a grace back to the folks who were in compliance and did what they were supposed to do. I just want to make sure that we're being completely transparent. We're not going to do anything that would eventually hurt these folks, and I want to make sure that's where we are.
Well, Commissioner Thompson, I think what'll happen is if you decide to do this, what I'm recommending rather than try to issue refunds is we would actually waive the fee for fiscal year 23 for all of the businesses that are already paid for fiscal year 22. Any businesses that did not pay fiscal year 22, they're good, no penalties and interest, and then they'll need to pay for fiscal year 23. So it's an either or thing. If you've already paid in fiscal year 22, you won't owe anything in 23. If you've not paid in fiscal year 22, you'll owe for fiscal year 23, and all the businesses will get treated the same. It'll just be dependent upon which fiscal year they pay in for this 2-year period.
And that means that there's only, on the sheet here, you said that there were 12 that were considered delinquent, correct?
Well, there's 12, but only 7 of those 12 would
actually
qualify. Correct, if we follow the state's guidelines. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
Does that answer your question?
It does.
Okay.
It very much does. What isn't taken into account in this, I guess, Ms. Boyd, is the fact that there's human costs too with us actually handling this. If we were to issue refunds versus waiving costs and things of that nature, so there would be an added cost, at least in some form, I would assume, from your office of having to issue those, right?
Correct. Yes, you're right. We would, obviously have to take the time to cut checks and issue refunds. So obviously, if we were going to entertain the idea of waiving, I think that'd be the easiest thing to do. And it still gets, obviously what businesses might need, just a different way to go about it. So.
Commissioner Waters?
Yes, so I saw that, okay, we have 7 delinquent for, I'm assuming they didn't pay this past June, and 3 of those are 2 years in a row. So if we did this are you looking for us to do this in, it's saying the first one was not to waive the fees at all, or waive for 23, and is that waiving for 23 for everyone, Ms. Boyd, or is that waiving 23 and then letting those that are delinquent having their 22? But it looks like 3 of those would still be delinquent even if we did that one. They would be delinquent for a year past.
And they would really need to be caught up for 2 years, obviously, right? But yes, so they would in essence pay for a delinquent from a previous year, and then they could waive the fiscal year 22 and then pay in fiscal year 23. But yes, they would be paying 2 years worth of fees. Yes.
Okay, and then with the 7 and the 3, are they also delinquent in occupational net tax as well, or did you look at that to see if they would be?
I have not looked at that yet,
Okay.
Commissioner Aldridge. That's something we had not done yet, but
Okay.
hopefully,
Roughly, I'm thinking 30,000.
hopefully it won't be the case. Hopefully we've got, you know, we worked really hard to get businesses that needed the help financially through
Right.
the small business grants. We got quite a
Mhm.
few of those businesses caught up
Mhm.
as well. So we've worked really hard to try to do that to help folks out as much as we can. So.
Well, I appreciate it. I think you had a great presentation and you brought all the information. I know you answered all my questions that I had. I know I've worked with you, Ms. Ross, and yourself and Ms. Haig on this and had a lot of questions on how I would like it structured. And I think this sort of hits that where, you know, the liquor stores and the box stores, things like that, who continue to stay open really don't need the help. The point is to help those that did have some downtime and to help them recoup if we can. So $30,000 isn't huge on our part. I know we need to start building up, but we need to try to do all that we can for our businesses. Push that forward. So I appreciate the information. So thank you.
You're welcome.
No other questions? No? Good. Commissioner Unger.
Yeah, Mayor, I just want to say I am also supportive of option 2, and I appreciate Ms. Boyd for providing all this information. And I also agree that following the state guidelines for the ABC is, you know, the way to go about it. So thank you for that, and I am supportive of that second option. Thank you.
Great. If there are no
City
other
Man-
questions?
Madam City Manager, is it proper to make a motion at this time with regard to this issue?
No, just to tell
Okay.
us what we're just having clear intentions, so we will set it up to have you all vote on it at the October voting session.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
we hear clearly that option 2 is the way that folks want to go, which I think I hear, then that's what we will present for you all in October.
I think that's exactly what I'm leaning towards. I think that the small businesses that were able to stay open will help us bring back our economy as a team, as opposed to piecemealing this thing as it seems we do sometimes. So I think it's a great idea. I think it's a great benefit to those organizations that did stay open. Had lots of long nights. I know some folks that didn't sleep for some few days in a row. So I think this is a good benefit to them.
Great. Thank you. Our next staff report, Blair Hacker is going to provide a little update on our festival lights. I know that I have talked to many commissioners and business owners and other community members who have been asking about it. And we do have an update. Things are moving forward, so I'll turn it over to Blair.
Thank you all so much. We have a good update, just brief recap. I think everyone knows, but the festival lighting that is being proposed is string lights hanging across St. Clair Mall. So that block between Broadway and West Main. This was a downtown master plan project that was identified in that original master plan based on community feedback with our consultants. And this specific project was one that was identified in 2019 by DFI as one of the low-hanging fruit. So one of the first projects to go after for the community. So that's how this came about. Our original quotes for this pre-COVID were very high, and so it wasn't acted upon immediately. This year, with the help of Terry Bradshaw at KCDC and Kayla Smith from DFI, we have done some more investigations into other lighting options that would be more cost effective and still meet our goals. So in July, we were able to visit Mount Sterling and meet with some of their downtown folks and their public works director. And they gave us a lot of great information about the lighting that they have stringing across a street that's pretty comparable to what St. Clair Mall would be. So based on that meeting and doing some more price investigation, feasibility, DFI has put together a proposal for us that lays out approximately how many lights we need, what type of lights based on how Mount Sterling hung them using a guide wire, and how exactly they went through that process. So we have received that proposal back on the city's end. So what I'm doing now is checking in, making sure everything is good to go with all of the impacted city departments. So that would be our planning department, public works, and emergency management, fire, and EMS. I know that our fire chief has spoken to the chief in Mount Sterling. Ray Richardson with our public works department went with us to speak to their public works department about logistics. So just nailing down all those last minute logistical things that we need. And then I think that we will be able to move forward with getting these hung up and ready to go. DFI also did the legwork on getting permission from any of the impacted business and building owners. So that is all set and ready to go, which that's a huge component of this project. So we're very, very grateful for their partnership and help with all of that. And so all of those owners, businesses, buildings are ready to go as well. The ultimate goal is to have this up for candlelight. So we are working really hard to get these last few pieces put in place, things checked off the list, and working towards that implementation.
Thanks, Blair. Do any of the commissioners, do y'all have questions? Any other questions for Blair?
Commissioner Waters.
I had one question, so I'm super excited. Thank you, Blair, for staying on this. I know I've probably been a stickler in that area of continuing and bringing that back up when it falls off. So thank you for taking this and running with this. And I also want to say thank you to KCDC, Terry Bradshaw, Kayla Smith with DFI, and all of our staff for just coming together, because that's what the master plan is about. It's mastering everything that we have and all the resources we have, bringing them together to making sure whatever we do can move forward in a quick manner and can be done appropriately. And we're one team, no matter what organization we're with. So I appreciate everyone coming together and working on this and doing their part to do this. But my one question is, will the lights be able to change colors? Or will they always be white?
It will always be white. So that was, I know, and that was one of the big cost differences with the ones that we were looking at, was the programmable ones that changed colors that you could set to music and things like that. You know, maybe that can be an eventual goal for us, but I think that the feedback we got from our partnering agencies and downtown businesses was that we just want something to create that festival atmosphere, and this is going to be a really cost-effective way to do that right now.
Great. No, I'm super excited about it. So thank you so much for your hard work, and thank you to all the staff.
Ms. Hay?
I was going to say, anybody else? Move on to the next staff report. Thanks, Blair. Rebecca Hall is joining us. The Community Development Block Grant is additional COVID funds to help people who have fallen behind on their utility bills. This is in partnership with some of our other local partners, the Bluegrass Area Development Agency, the Bluegrass Action Agency. So Rebecca can provide a little bit more information about how this can help our community members.
Thank you, Laura. So I just wanted to give you all an update. As Laura said, you all know that you all approved our application to move forward in March. We were informed that our application was successful. So now where we are is kind of making sure we have all our documentation in order. There are a few resolutions that need to be passed to follow HUD requirements. They're like drug-free policies, procurement policies. They're very routine. So if there's no objection, I would like to put those on the agenda for the October 25th voting meeting. Having said that, once we get our documentation in, we would like to roll this out to the community at the same time that the county rolls theirs out. We will be using the community action partners at the Bluegrass for vetting any applicants as far as since this is a CDBG grant, we'll have to have 51% low to moderate income. So they will be taking applications and vetting those to make sure that we have at least 51% participants that are low to moderate income. So I guess my ask to you is, can I put these resolutions on the October 25th voting meeting so we can move forward?
And if any of you all have questions, we'll be also, of course, working with the Frankfort Plant Board on this. But if the consensus is to move forward, I know this was kind of a last minute addition to the agenda, but I appreciate Rebecca has been working with her counterpart at the county, and we want to get this done at the same time so we can get kind of maximum communication and exposure so people can apply for these funds and get caught up on their utility bills.
So I'm hearing that they must be delinquent in order to apply for these, or could they have used another service to get caught up, but may need help with the next month, but they can show proof that they are in the low or moderate income?
They have very specific guidelines. They'll have to prove like that during the actual time that this grant was active, which I believe it began in like January 2020, that they actually had that they were delinquent due to COVID. So,
Okay.
you know, if they had been delinquent in 2018 and we're still carrying that, then I don't think those particular bills would be eligible. So, and that's why we're using the Bluegrass Community Action Partners. They deal with this on a daily basis, so they will be making sure that everyone is eligible and that their utility bills are eligible.
Okay. Thanks, Rebecca, for this. I appreciate that. Anything we can do to help the community is always a plus.
You're welcome.
Anybody else? We serve primarily as kind of a pass-through. It's about $200,000, Rebecca.
Yes,
so
correct.
We'll help with communication. Thanks for that. Mayor?
Is that the end of staff reports?
Sorry, got two more.
No, staff- go ahead.
Yep, sorry. Kathy Field's going to speak with us briefly about employee benefits and the handbook and updating of the employee handbook.
Yeah, I just wanted to let everyone know that we're planning to have open benefits enrollment for employees beginning in a couple weeks, Monday, October 25th through November 8th. We're planning to approach open enrollment with a no change situation for 2022 for the following reasons. We're really pretty well positioned in that we stayed within budget last year, even though we faced some challenges, and we've got a lot of rate holds that we've received from vendors. So we're not receiving any price increase on our vision coverage, dental coverage, life insurance coverage, short-term and long-term disability coverage, and our administrative fees from Anthem. So all of that pricing remains stable for us. We're right now have a RFP out to have our employee compensation and our benefit package reviewed. So it made sense to us to find the results of that from the consultant who receives the bid to kind of guide us on how we might structure our benefits for employees going forward. But those are some reasons that we're looking at moving into 2022 without making any changes to the price points for employees or the benefits that we offer. I do want to add that we anticipated that we might see a price increase from Anthem on our stop loss coverage. That's insurance that we buy to protect us from loss if we're facing claims of over $100,000 per any individual. And we did have a $34,000 per year increase on that. So we shopped it out to see if we could save cost, but Anthem remained our lowest cost offer. I do think that we'll be able to save a little bit of money by changing vendors with our flexible spending accounts, independent care accounts, not quite 34,000, but that will kind of soften that to some degree. Then with regard to our handbook, That is moving along, but more slowly than I would like. The individual I've been working with from Kentucky League of Cities, both of us have had some conflicts where we've had to cancel and reschedule. But one of the first things that we've looked at tackling is our dress code policy. So we've got a good draft together on that for the new handbook that we're putting together for employees. And it's shows that we're fully supportive of the Crown Act and that we want to be sure that our dress code policy does not in any way discriminate against natural hairstyles or natural hair.
Thanks, Kathy. Any questions or further update? I'll move on to Chief Briscoe. Thank you, Kathy. Chief Briscoe is here with us. As you all know, we've been providing some updates. We've had to have a little bit of change in policy in hiring some part-time staff to staff our ambulance number 5, as well as going to mandatory overtime. Chief Briscoe will talk more about this and where we think we might not have to require that of our staff. But this is also part of, I think, some larger issues that we're going to talk to you also about in November about moving forward on a new fire station and looking at other areas. This also fits into what Kathy Fields was mentioning for the comprehensive salary and benefits review, so that we can recruit and retain the best to deliver services. But I thought it was important because this is a change in policy for Chief Briscoe to have him come and talk about it. Thank you, Chief.
I think you've done such a great job. So I'm just going to give an update. There's no doubt if you've been outside here and the emergency vehicles run up down the street, it's because we're seeing probably some of the most increased run volumes that I've seen since I've been here. Just by looking at our last fiscal or October to October, we're trekking right about 9,100 EMS calls. That's unprecedented for our community. Pretty significant increase. And when you start hitting runs on a monthly average that jump up 140, 150, even 200 runs a month, that it's extremely difficult to keep pace. We talk about the perfect storm hitting. 10 people retire. You take education slowdowns from COVID and some other backups from COVID. We're really starting to feel the burn. We knew our overtime would cover most of it, but probably what we put an unrealistic reliance was our 5th ambulance that we staffed during the day. And when we wasn't able to staff it, we really started to pinpoint our weak points. As she said, I won't deny it, I've been a pretty strong advocate for full-time employment for our personnel and continue to be, but looking at educational changes and structures and models across the nation and shortages in EMS specific, it was time to back up and start looking at part-time staff. So what we've done is we went back and picked up one retired individual, and we're starting to interview and pick up some more that have come through our paramedic program that we have identified as highly motivated, highly capable individuals to kind of bring in and start helping fill those gaps. So we're still getting it going. We're going to roll out the first bunch, I think, next week. They'll start be filling some gaps on our 5th ambulance. We have increased our operational capacity on times. So once we ran 9 hours a day, we're running 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. And there's again, significant amount of run volume that they're starting to pick up that's helped spreading the thing. We are seeing increased mandatory. Again, we've got 10 people in our recruit program that's due to be out in the first week, 2 weeks of November, which it'll help. It'll alleviate some staffing overtime. And then we've got our 3rd paramedic program and EMT programs. Our paramedic program just kicked off again. We got 10 students in it, and literally the worst thing we could have done is not do nothing at all with that program. It's vital that we keep it going and keep the staff. So we are seeing increased mandatory overtime to staff those units. We're still staffing everything, and knock on wood, I've got a great staff that's stepping up and going through it, and we're doing the best we can. Hopefully within the next couple of months, or next month, we'll start to reevaluate to see what else we can start to make some changes and push some structural changes into. So I've been working closely with the city manager and keeping her apprised. And again, think stress the importance of just the sheer increase in run volume that we've seen over the last 6 months specifically. What we thought we would have saw in the first couple of months of the pandemic really didn't get witnessed until the last 2-3 months. To say those increases were strictly pandemic related is a far fetch. I think we just see people getting out more, more traumatic injuries, you name it. We've seen a wide variety of incidents. I can't say that it's just because of a Delta variant that we saw this increase in run volume. So just kind of giving an update on where we're at. We're still staffing everything. We're still making runs, and we're still working with our community partners. We're by no means any isolated incident, because what we're witnessing, Anderson County's witnessing, Shelby County's witnessing, you get up into your Louisville areas, everybody's witnessing the same thing. You take 12 months of the COVID pandemic, it's wearing thin on people. You're starting to see hospital staffing start to steal first responder personnel to work in hospitals. So it's a big dynamic that's going on, and it's starting to strain first response, statewide and nationally. So it's kind of where we're at, and sorry to be the bearer of grim news, but hey, we're doing good. Like I said, I got a good staff. They're stepping up, doing what needs to be done, and they know it's for the greater good.
Commissioner Thompson.
Hey, Chief. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you, sir?
Good. I know that you and I had been talking about some other issues that unfortunately the city is facing with regard to overdoses and things of that nature, coded runs and issues with that. Do you see an increase with regard to not only COVID, but other issues? I know you mentioned an aging demographic. Is there something else that we're seeing in this community that we need to address?
I think obviously overdose and drug use and opiate use in general kind of comes to the forefront. And I think you see waves of it come in. Like I said, it comes in waves. You may have a bad month, and then it may dwindle down for another month or two. And then you'll see that swing again. So I've got our personnel and staff pulling some actual data to kind of see exactly where we're seeing the increases. It's like, okay, are we seeing an increase in falls? Are we seeing an increase in vehicular accidents or respiratory? But we're pulling that data to kind of see if we can start pinpointing and maybe roll out some target specific response stuff to assist in that in the grand schemes of some type of community paramedicine guidelines as we go forward.
I think that's the only way that we're going to be able to make decisions is if we have, that data. And I think you're doing an amazing job of at helping us do that. Do you have any idea, just off the top of your head? If you don't, it's no big deal. I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but I am, and I'm just curious. Do you have any idea what the number of Narcan units you use in a month?
No, that is being pulled from our my EMS director.
Okay.
It's on the short list to be pulled by the end of the week.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Roberts.
First of all, thank you, Wayne, and everything that you guys have been doing. I know I talked to some of your newbies that have been wearing the orange shirts at the fire on Leewood during that time. And so I was very impressed in the way that you guys worked, and definitely did work with other counties. I know I spoke with Anderson County EMS when I was on site, and he went to school with you, he said, and just really thanked them for just stepping up and knowing that we would do the same for them if they needed it, and things of that nature. So thank you, and just thank you to all all the organizations that pitched in for that particular fire and every day in Franklin County to keep our city and our county safe. My question is, I know we've also talked about these overdoses and that it is rising. Do you know, or is there a way that we can find out if these homes, have they been offered training on Narcan? And if not, is there a way that we can team up with the healthcare or health department to offer training for Narcan and how we can get those units out? I know I've attended a couple of Narcan trainings myself in Lexington just to get to know more about it. It's never been in my family per se, and I have never been, I guess, subjected to that. So I wanted to know more about it. And so I did go for a couple of trainings in Lexington at their health department. So I was wondering if we're offering that in Frankfort or Franklin County, and can these people who are living with some of these individuals who are addicts or overdosing to get training to have Narcan to help. I know Narcan sometimes can ease the problem. It's not going to cure anything by all means, but it may help save a life here or there. And I know that using Narcan also, that once you've OD'd and once the Narcan wears off, you're considered an OD still at the same time if it's worn off in that time and your overdose. So I know it can be sort of difficult, but just wondering on the training we have available for our community and the units, as Commissioner Thompson shared, is there units available for communities to pick up that have that concern of repeat overdoses in their homes?
So yes, kind of a double-edged sword. We're working with the health department, and I believe our EMS director is working on a co-op with the University of Kentucky on some treat and leave behind Narcan stuff. When we start looking at that from a medical perspective of in talking with our medical director and how it falls into different regulations, whether the board of pharmacy has to be involved in it. If we respond and give it, we've had some issues getting some answers there, but I believe that we're forging forward. And I believe that will be forthcoming in the next couple of months is once we finalize that partnership with UK and the health department to start looking at when we make incident calls for overdoses and we give Narcan or whatever, that we are able to leave these behind and kind of keep us from biting off a lot of liability, because there's a lot of liability when you start looking at overdose and once Narcan wears off, did we give them enough to sustain them long term, or will they have that false sense of security? So a lot of concerns and discussions I had with the medical director and my EMS staff on making sure that we're doing right by the community. And I think we're moving in that forward progression. It's just been slow, been a lot slower. Again, I know everybody hates to hear it. COVID really hindered us significantly last year from pushing forward a lot of good ideas.
Commissioner Thompson.
Just to piggyback on what the chief said, the University of Kentucky actually received the largest grant that the university ever received in its 160-year history related to opioid addiction reduction. And part of that, there is an entire program with the University of Kentucky Medical School that receives tens of millions of dollars to assist those communities that have the highest level of opioid overdoses, based upon not just local numbers, but the federal numbers that are provided. And the bottom 8 counties in the state of Kentucky are the first ones to be a part of that pilot project that the chief is talking about. They are attempting to essentially provide Narcan in unlimited amounts around those communities. I know it is probably no shock to anyone that has been addressing this issue lately that Franklin County is number 3 on that list per capita. And so we are in that group along with Boyle and some other communities around here. So they are attempting, the University of Kentucky is attempting to make that happen. they received the grant at the end of 2020, and they're pushing that through. And I know that Chief is doing his best to make sure that happens. And I know that there's other organizations and agencies that work with the courts and otherwise that are trying to get that out to families and friends of those who have a problem before they can find treatment. So that's what I know about it as well. And I know that I talk with the folks up at UK on almost a weekly basis. I think they're working as fast as they can. They have thousands and thousands and thousands of doses of Narcan to deliver, and it's a logistical issue at this point. So
Thank you, Chief, and anything we can do to help support your efforts, we'll do.
Thank you. Appreciate your support.
I'll remind Chief Briscoe, because he talked about it this morning, that this is a good time to mention when we're talking about runs, we're going to have the Safety Day on Saturday, October 16th at Western Hills. What time, Chief?
Yes, I'm sorry, I forgot all about that. But as we all know, October is Fire Prevention Month, and we will be doing our third annual Fire Safety Night at Western Hills area high school, and it will be Saturday from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m.
Great. Thank you. We're going to move on to discussion items.
All right, next. All right, moving on to discussion items. Thank you. Number one, we have a presentation on industrial revenue bonds, and we have a guest, Tim Eifler from Stoll, Keenan, Ogden. I'll invite you on, Tim.
I'll just say I know Laura Ross will be here to introduce our guest from Prescient.
Okay.
And just I know all of y'all received Laura Ross's memo on industrial revenue bonds. And this is, for me, a very interesting and exciting discussion. This is the first time I've learned about this economic development tool. And I know it's a first for many on our staff and for the commission. So I think this is a great opportunity to discuss. Because this is something new that we can use as part of our, attraction and retention, or especially attraction and investment strategy here in the city of Frankfort. So I just encourage people, ask lots of questions. We continue to do some more research and learn more about it, but please, y'all can take it away.
Laura Ross.
At this point, we'll be happy to turn the presentation over to the team from Stoll, Keenan, Ogden. I'd like to welcome you, Tim, and also Sarah Bishop from Stoll, Keenan. And then it looks like we also have Mr. Stephen Bolt here on behalf of the project itself. So we look forward to hearing what you all have to tell us and educate us about tonight. Thanks.
Thank you all very much. Appreciate your time tonight. Again, my name's Tim Eifler, and we also have Sarah Bishop on the line. Sarah's in our Frankfort office. We represent a company called Prescient Frankfort One LLC, and Prescient Frankfort One is considering an economic development project in the city of Frankfort. And so what we're hoping to do tonight is talk about that exciting project. That's the good news of what's being considered in the city. And then the second part tonight, we'd like to talk about a request for, it's an economic development incentive. That's what it is. It's called an industrial revenue bond, but it is a type of economic development incentive that cities and counties in Kentucky can offer to businesses as an inducement to undertake a project. So we're going to cover both. And we have two folks with us tonight from the company. We've got Stephen Bolt, who is CEO of a company called Proclivity, and he's one of the principals in the company. And also Troy Williams, who is a Frankfortonian, who's also involved in the project. So hopefully in your packet, you received a couple of things. We've got two PowerPoint presentations, which I will load here in just a second. One is an overview of the project, and the second relates to the specific request for an industrial revenue bond. And then also, hopefully you've received a draft of what we call a bond inducement resolution. And that is the action we're hoping that the Board of Commissioners will take. Not tonight. Tonight's goal is just to put the information in front of you and answer any questions you have, but we're hoping to be back in the near future, and we would hope for a vote on a bond inducement resolution. And so when we get to that part of the presentation, I'll walk through, what that means, how the resolution works, and what's the purpose of it. But with that in mind, I'm going to, if I can share my screen properly, load this.
And Tim, I don't mean to cut you off.
PowerPoint.
I think we did the presentation, have we not? We voted on this. We voted to approve the development. Did we not? The zoning? I think. Is anybody here not familiar with the project? Is my question. Or would like to see the details.
Mayor, you're talking, you just want to go to the presentation about industrial revenue bonds, right?
Right. I thought, maybe it was a different group of, but I feel like you're all pretty aware of this. But maybe not. Feel free to go through it if everyone wants.
I certainly don't want to waste your all's time. If you're familiar with the project, I can jump right into the bond discussion.
I'm asking the commission.
Okay.
Is anyone not familiar? And feel free to let me know. I just thought we had already voted on it.
Mayor, we had. I'll be honest though, I haven't seen this before unless I have some mental defect right now. But I'm like very interested in what the project is going to be, and I think I talked to a couple of commissioners earlier today. Not telling you what they said, but I think there's an interest in at least walking through the project and how it will
go right ahead then.
How to be presented. So I apologize for belaboring the meeting, Mayor.
Okay. Well, thank you. I'll load this presentation, and then again, Stephen Bolt from Proclivity will give a quick overview of the project. Can you see my screen? Okay.
Yes.
Now, Stephen, I'll turn it over to you.
Can everybody hear me? Anybody hear me? Okay. Thank you very much for having this on the agenda. Thank you very much. Tim, if you would just, I know that's going to be awkward, but for the benefit of everybody, if we can, we'll do it as succinctly as possible, but go ahead to the next screen. We're very excited about bringing a senior community, a very, very vibrant, state-of-the-art senior community to Frankfort and Franklin County. And we do actually believe that the residents in our communities will experience some of the most productive years of their lives there. And I can give you as much information as you want on that later on, but for the purpose of this presentation, go ahead, Tim. And again, I'll go through this brief. There's not a whole lot of slides. Obviously Frankfort, so go ahead. That's the initial layout. What we're going to show in the next few slides are beyond that, the actual structure itself. We are well into the development of this project, and we have secured an A team of professionals from architecture, engineering, which by the way is a local firm actually out of Mount Sterling, and the best operator is the biggest part of this whole operation, and that's Paradigm Senior Living. They're out of Portland, Oregon. Go ahead, Tim. Let me do this here real quick. All right, so you can kind of on this slide get an idea of going from the initial footprint to what it actually looks like. This is 126 units in the main building. 1/3 would be memory care, 2/3 is assisted living, and as you'll see later on, there are also 7 cottages. They're duplex cottages for independent living, and the reason that we have this configuration and we're addressing these 3 different acuity levels is based on a market research survey that we did about a year and a half ago that delved into what the needs of the county and the city actually are with regard to the demographics, the shifting demographics. And I'm sure everybody on this call understands the need for senior housing. And I would also invite you, if you have any additional interest to get a broader context to this, go to nic.org, nic.org. I'm sorry, did somebody say something? Okay, go to nic.org, and that will give you all of the info that you need. It's kind of the be-all, end-all in senior housing. And it shows the enormous, unprecedented, historic demographic change shifting to an enormous part of our demography being seniors in the future. And we want to address that there in Frankfort and Franklin County. So go ahead, Tim. This obviously is an aerial overview going from the footprint and shows the main building. And what you'll see in the next slide, go ahead, Tim, is we're making use of a lot of timber and rock and brick so that we kind of mirror the whole Kentucky and Frankfort in particular look and feel. I'm in Nashville, Tennessee, by the way. I've been here for over 30 years. So I'm quite familiar with Tennessee, Kentucky, et cetera. So go ahead, Tim. And again, there it is again. That's kind of an interior look into, you know, from the outside looking into the outside area from the back. Go ahead, Tim. The same kind of thing there, but you'll see again, we may not end up with white as the end color there. That's kind of a neutral color that we put in at this stage of the process. But we are committed to kind of the look and feel of a lodge, which is frankly kind of timeless and comforting to people. Go ahead, Tim. And there's the outside view again of the main building. And I'm sure you all are aware, most of you are aware that it's on a 42-acre site. I think it's, Troy, you can correct me, 101 Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, but there's only about 15 acres that's buildable. So we're making the best use of that space that we can. Go ahead, Tim. And we have an A-team management group. And I mean, very much an A-team. Troy, who's on this Zoom meeting, has been a tremendous help in putting all of this together. Local gentleman. Next slide will show Jim Bevins, who's also very well known in the community. The last photo there is of Lee Corey, who is the head of Paradigm Senior Living. They have, and again, that's kind of the heart of a senior community, is who's operating it, who's managing it. And they have tremendous experience from literally Anchorage, Alaska, all the way down to Florida. And they have chosen to work with us, and we're very excited about that. So go ahead, Tim. I think the next slide, yes, it shows our overall organizational chart, everything from marketing to management to financing, everything. So I'm exceedingly pleased with the team that we have putting this together. Go ahead, Tim. The other thing, and you can just kind of run through these slides, Tim, just in the interest of everybody's time. But one of the things that makes us a little bit more unique is that we don't just create a beautiful facility for people to come and live in, wake up in the morning, have breakfast, and go through the day, and then go to sleep. We actually have programs, and it's a little bit different in the industry. There was an article in nic.org last week, you can look it up, that was talking about how, okay, we're now at the point where there's a merger between hospitality, which is hotels, et cetera, and senior housing. That's great, but people are wanting more. And so we're bringing more to this than just the bricks and mortar. And that's the programs that we bring that give people a reason to be there, a reason to get up in the morning, a reason to consider that their lives are valued. And they are valued. But the senior housing industry to date has not really spent that much effort on that. And we are spending a lot of effort on that. And it's not going to be any more cost to anybody. We're going to use volunteers to deliver the programs that'll be structured in a way that coincides with what the operator wants to do. But it brings meaning and value to people's lives. And it's way more. I guess what I'm trying to say is that what we're developing here is way more than just a place for people to come and enjoy the rest of the years that they have. Our mission is much broader and deeper than that. But we're very, very excited. Thank you, Tim. We are very, very excited about being involved in the Frankfort community. I've been involved there now for probably at least 18 months and been out there many, many times. And wonderful people, wonderful community, and I'm just very, very excited. And I'm also appreciative for the fact that Tim and his firm has brought this IRB proposal to you all and that you all are considering it. So if you have any questions, whether it's now or after Tim's presentation, happy to answer them.
Thank you, Stephen, and we do appreciate your interest in Frankfort, and we do value that you recognize the opportunity here because we see it too, and we're excited for this project.
Excellent.
Okay, I'm going to load this other PowerPoint, and this is specifically talking about industrial revenue bonds, which again is it's just a type of economic development incentive. Okay. Let me see if I can share this. There we go. Can you see my screen? Okay. So first, let me say, we do a lot of economic development work at Stolkien and Ogden, and every project's unique. And sort of the first thing we do when we look at an economic development project is we look at, what type of incentive would be a good fit for this particular project. And, I think most local officials are familiar with sort of the off-the-shelf program from the state, the Kentucky Business Investment Act program and KIA. And those programs work well for manufacturers, but when you're dealing with a project that's not a traditional manufacturer, particularly one that's property intensive, we often look at property taxes. And in Kentucky, there's really two ways to incent a project from a property tax standpoint. One is a fairly new way of doing it. That's tax increment financing, which in my view is pretty cumbersome, but it's done. But the other one is industrial revenue bonds, and those have been around for a really long time. You don't hear about them much. It's probably because they're extremely boring and they don't get a lot of press coverage, but at the end of the day, it's a great tool for local government because it really is the one tool that local government's in control of. This is something that the city has complete discretion to do. You can do these or not. You can structure them in the way that's most beneficial for you in the particular project, and it is unique in that respect because we're here talking to you. We're not talking to KEDFA. This is something that you have in your toolbox that's unique to you, that you can offer projects and incent local economic development. Okay, as Stephen mentioned, it's a 120 unit project being considered here, a senior living facility on approximately 59 acres. What we're proposing is an industrial revenue bond, and I'm going to get into all the details of what exactly that means, to finance the project assets, being the land, building, and the equipment, for a term of up to 40 years, which is the maximum term allowed under Kentucky statute. And the principal amount for the bonds will be authorized for up to $40 million. I think at this point in time, we're estimating a project cost of maybe $35 to $38 million. We always build in a cushion for cost overruns because when we talk about these there's a timing lag here. We're before you now, before the project's turned any dirt and done anything. So we need the authorization today, but we're not going to come back and actually issue these bonds and do the financing until the project's ready to be placed in service. So we structure these as what we call draw bonds, and we'll put a cap of up to a certain amount in the bond inducement resolution. And then it's not uncommon in these projects to for the company. So the company's getting a property tax abatement on these assets, and it is not uncommon as part of the issuance of the bonds for the company and the issuer, which here is the city, to negotiate in lieu of taxes some contractual obligation on the part of the company to make payments in lieu of taxes during the term of the bonds. In Kentucky, it's fairly customary to look particularly at school districts, school district funds. And I think the reason behind that is with economic development projects, particularly ones that create jobs like this one, you're going to be bringing people into the community to work. They're going to have families. The kids are going to go to school. It does put an economic burden on the schools potentially. And so there is a need for a payment in lieu of tax. So what the company is proposing here is to make a hold harmless payment to the school district, to put it in the same position it would have been in had the bonds not been issued. But the other taxes would be abated. We ran some revenue projections. We were looking at what revenue streams will the city receive even with the bonds in place. And just these are projections over the first 10 years, but obviously the city has its 1.95% net profits tax and wage tax, which it will receive here. You also have a 6% insurance premiums tax. You're going to get the tax on the premiums for the property and casualty insurance. So basically, once the project ramps up and normalizes, it's about a $95,000 a year revenue stream that we're projecting to the city from the project, separate and apart from any ripple effect the project will have in the community. Okay. Let's talk about bonds. And if anyone has any questions, please feel free to interrupt as we go through this. I'm happy to answer any questions, but we'll certainly take some. Yes.
Mr. Eifler, Kyle Thompson.
Sure.
Just real quick, Attorney Eifler, if you could just tell me, I see on that last slide that you had there that there was a projected, and I'm actually looking up at my big TV so I can actually read things because I'm getting old. It looks like, and you said that we're at about $95,000 projected once things get ramped up in year 8, 9, and 10, correct?
Correct.
The total amount that you had proposed for annual year abatement of taxes was what number?
So for the city, and I know you are looking at adopting a tax rate tonight, but if we use last year's tax rate, so the city tax would be about $78,000 is what the abatement would be for city property taxes, and that's assuming a $40 million tax base. Which may or may not be the case, but that would be the annual abatement for the city.
So I just want to make sure that if property value doesn't change, we don't raise the tax rate, and we're down the road here in year 10, all things staying equal, we all have, static numbers, we would essentially be losing $78,000 to gain $95,000.
That's right.
So we'd essentially gain, we actually have $17,000 in revenue if
That's
everything
true.
stayed static.
That's true. Purely from a dollar standpoint. Of course, the other thing to think about is you get the project. You get this $40 million investment that currently is not there. You don't have the service provided at that location. So with any economic development incentive, the whole point is you're inducing the project to occur. And so there's always give and take. What my numbers don't pick up is the ripple effect. You know,
Yeah,
obviously, you're going to
I
have
get.
contracts there, and there's going to be additional revenue to local government separate and apart from the project itself that will ripple out. But yeah, purely based on the numbers we talked about, you are correct.
Okay. All right. I appreciate you answering those questions. I think I'll hold the rest of mine until a little later. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Okay. So let's just talk about the statutes for a second. So in KRS Chapter 103, there are a specific set of a range of statutes that govern industrial revenue bonds. And there's all kinds of statutes buried in the Kentucky Revised Statutes that deal with bonds. And they all do different things and allow for different types of projects to be funded. The key thing here is these are local bonds. The statutes authorize either a city or a county to issue them. And they're revenue bonds, meaning that the bonds are to be repaid solely from some revenue source, which makes them a little unusual in the bond world. Obviously, you all are familiar, you know, when you need to go finance a project that the city's going to own and you need to go into the capital markets, you're going to issue what are called general obligation bonds, where the city is borrowing for its own purposes, putting its own credit on the line. That's not what these bonds are. This instance, the city is simply a conduit for the company to borrow through, basically. And there's all different categories of types of revenue bonds out there. The bonds we're talking about specifically tonight are just a type of bond that's a local economic development incentive. In effect, what it allows the company to do is to finance the capital assets of the project and to obtain a property tax abatement through a couple of statutes we'll talk about. In effect, the financing is going to be internal here because the company will, through an affiliate, own its own bonds. And you would say, why would you ever do that? The answer is because the purpose of this bond issue is to provide a property tax abatement, pure and simple. By statute, the purpose of these types of bonds is to promote economic development. So the intent here is exactly what we have, some kind of private or third-party business coming to local government saying, we've got a project and we'd like you to consider issuing bonds to be paid off with the revenue from the project under these statutes. For the lawyers, the key term in these statutes is industrial buildings. If you meet the definition of industrial building, if your project does, then this tool is available to it. And the statute's actually pretty broad. It's got 15 different categories of projects that can qualify for industrial revenue bonds. If you fit within the category, everything can be financed with the bonds: land, building, tangible personal property, equipment. Here, there is a specific category in the statute that authorizes, specific type of industrial building in that definition that would cover this type of facility. And so in the bond inducement resolution, which we've drafted, specifically references this provision that authorizes the city to issue revenue bonds for this type of project. But keep in mind, you know, you can do these for virtually anything. And just to give you an example of how other local governments have used industrial revenue bonds as a tool to have available, there's one category in the statute that allows you to issue bonds for any project that falls within a downtown development district, which is not a defined term. And so in Jefferson County, Metro Louisville they passed a resolution years ago that designated the former boundaries of the entire city of Louisville as a downtown development district. So any project in the former city of Louisville can qualify for this economic development incentive if Louisville wants to give it. Same thing in Lexington. Lexington has designated a few areas, particularly around UK, that are available for industrial revenue bond financing by calling them downtown development districts. But absent doing that, you have to fit within a specific category in the statute. So how do they work? Well, it's a method of conduit financing. So conduit being the funds flow through local government. The company is a conduit borrower. The bondholders are conduit lenders. And the city is just kind of in the middle there because the statute says only you can issue the bonds. The key here is that the bonds are secured by the project assets and are repaid solely from the revenue of the project. So these are not general obligations of the city. You're not pledging your taxing authority. You're not pledging your credit, and you're not in any way using up your constitutional borrowing capacity. Why? Because it's not a debt of the city. It's a debt of the company that just flows through the city. So, you know, a lot of times we've had some really large projects, and people have been upset, like, you know, we can't afford this. It's going to hurt our credit. No, it doesn't work that way. You are not placing the city or its credit or its assets on the line at all with respect to these bonds. The sole source of repayment is the project assets and the project revenues. And then finally, the maximum term by statute is 40 years. It was 30, and they just changed that 2 years ago. Okay, so how does the abatement work? The abatement works through a couple of different statutes. So during the term of these bonds, so when we close on the bonds, title to the assets are transferred to the city. The city holds nominal title to the assets and leases those assets back to the company. The lease payments are pledged to repay the bonds. The bonds are secured by what we call a non-foreclosable statutory mortgage on the assets. But basically, at the end of the day, if you're a bondholder, if you're worried about repayment, your source of repayment is the assets themselves and the company's business. There's a statute, KRS 103.285, that says that under this structure with these bonds, the fee title to the assets that's owned by the city is exempt from property tax during the term of the bonds. And then there's two other statutes that deal with the leasehold interest that the company has. One statute says that with KEDFA approval, the leasehold interest is subject to a reduced state-only property tax, but is exempt from local property taxes during the term of the bond. So at the end of the day, what the bond structure does is it basically exempts the assets from tax, and the company pays a reduced state-only property tax on the value of its leasehold interest. And that's the incentive. That's the abatement that the company enjoys by having the structure. So the process is really twofold. The first is we have these meetings. We introduce the city or the county to the project, and we ask you to adopt a bond inducement resolution. And the statute requires it. And all that resolution says, and you've got a draft of it, it basically says companies come to the city and has explained it as a project it's considering. That project will create economic development opportunities within the environs of the city. So the city agrees at the appropriate time to issue bonds up to here 40 million to induce the company to undertake the project. The inducement resolution has attached to it a form of a payment in lieu of tax agreement where basically the resolution will require the company, when the bonds are ultimately issued, to sign that agreement and agree to make those hold harmless payments to the Fayette County Public Schools. So we adopt the inducement resolution now. Once that's done, then the company can go do what it needs to do. It can get its construction financing in place, can acquire assets, build the facility. And once all that's done, we will then come back to the city and show the city we did what we said we were going to do, and then ask the city to authorize the issuance of the bonds. At that point in time, the city has to adopt a bond ordinance. So it requires 2 readings and publication. And that ordinance basically authorizes the sale of the bonds and the execution of all the bond documents. We will draft all those documents. Certainly, Ms. Ross gets to review those and can make comments, but at the end of the day, they're all fairly common documents. But so we work those documents out, we adopt the bond ordinance, and then we have a closing. And at that closing, a number of things happens. The bonds are sold for $40 million to an affiliate of the company. The company transfers title to the assets to the city with a bill of sale and a deed. The company signs a lease agreement back. to lease the use of those assets during the term of the bonds, and that lease agreement is assigned to the bond purchaser as collateral. And then we have our structure in place, and that remains in place for the remaining term of the bonds. And we've kind of got some graphical pictures to help show what happens. The closing is the most complicated because so many things happen at once. One thing I should mention is no money flows to the city. The money doesn't go into your bank account. By virtue of the documents, the bond purchaser makes payment directly to the company. And then during the term of the bonds, the company makes its rent payments directly to the bond purchaser. So the city really doesn't have any ongoing duties or obligations with respect to the bonds once they're issued. We've got our annual payments here. The rent payment equals the amount owed on the bond. And then finally, once everything's done, at the end of the bond term, when the bonds are paid off, for some nominal payment that we'll set in the bond documents that's paid to the city will transfer title to the assets back to the company. The lease is what we call a finance lease or a capital lease, meaning that the company is the economic owner of these assets. They'll insure them. They're obligated to indemnify the city with respect to those assets during the term of the bonds. Those assets are on the books of the company because they're the economic owner. They get the depreciation. It's purely a financing with nominal title held by the city. Okay, probably the most important thing for jurisdictions that haven't seen these before is who else has done this, who's doing it. We've got a list of examples in our PowerPoint. Virtually all of these distillery expansions that have gone on in the last decade or so have been financed by industrial revenue bonds. Churchill Downs, when they did they did a whole bunch of different renovations around the track, different spots back in 2001. They did a bond issue for that. So Metro Louisville actually owns Churchill Downs nominally under that bond issue, which hasn't terminated yet. Near to Frankfort, we did an expansion at Florida Tile outside of Lawrenceburg in Anderson County. Woodford County, Woodford Reserve has had a number of bond issues there. Lakeshore Learning did a bond issue in Midway relating to a distribution center that it built there. So there's a lot of them out there. These are just examples. I can give you a lot more. You don't hear about them very much. They don't get a lot of press coverage, but they're certainly an incentive that's available that projects are taking advantage of where it makes sense. And for this particular project, it does make sense as compared to the other sort of KBI, Kia type of incentives. So I'm happy to answer any questions, but basically our goal tonight is just to go through it, let you think about it, and we'll be back to ask for action on the inducement resolution at another time. Yes, Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you, sir. I promised you I'd have more questions. Who is on the hook? I know you said that the company will indemnify the city, that they have to have those assets to be able to repay those. But what happens if the holder of those financial interests goes bankrupt?
If the bondholder?
Right, if the company itself that we are issuing the bonds related to this project, and the project itself does not follow through, and the entirety of the issue goes upside down, as things sometimes do. Who gets stuck with the requirement to cover those bonds?
Well, a couple things happen there. So one, keep in mind that the company's going to basically own its own bonds. So the financial rising and falling of both are going to be the same here. But I understand your question. In a normal world, let's say these were sold to the public. Mm-hmm. If there was a default, the statutory remedy is for the bondholder to come in, have a receiver appointed to run the business to repay to repay the bonds. That's how that works.
How's that working out for Kentucky Mutual? Because I think that was an issue that a lot of folks ended up getting stuck, and it wasn't the public, it was the public then, but it's the city here that would get, we'd have a receivership and we'd have to, wait on those to be repaid. But the reality is that that's just lost money that we were putting out anyway. So is there a mechanism that these entities use to guarantee, payments through outside third party insurance coverage that would pay for those items without cash surrender value to the company that actually is holding those?
You certainly could in a true third party borrowing. So this is not third party money. But yes. So for example, like the Yum Center arena, that was financed with revenue bonds. And part of the collateral for that bond issue was a letter of credit issued by Goldman Sachs. So if there was a default, bondholders could draw on that letter of credit to repay the bonds. But here, because this is not, these bonds are not being issued for a true third-party source of funding. They're being issued for a property tax abatement. It's a little bit different. You're not so worried about your bonds being repaid when the same person who's borrowing the money is owed the money. It's kind of a circular transaction for a property tax abatement bond. If it was not a property tax abatement bond, but a true third-party borrowing, it'd be a little bit different. There, the bondholders would be looking specifically at collateral, risks, flows of revenues, that type of thing. But that's really not what we're talking about here. Now, at the end of the day, what's truly going to happen if there was a default, there will be a primary lender on this project. And before the bonds are issued, the primary lender is going to take a mortgage and they're going to file UCC1s. So they're ahead of the bond. So if there's a default, that lender will step in and will foreclose and sell those assets to repay their loan.
That's what I'm afraid of, is that we for a couple of reasons, and I'll just lay this out there, that as the numbers as presented that you have right here, and before I dig into those, how many employees do you guys plan to hire in a structured term over the next 1 to 10 years? Do you have any idea?
I'll pass that off to Stephen.
I was going to say, Tim, do you want me to address that?
Yeah.
I would say between 75 and 90 permanent employees.
Okay. And what types of, what range, let me ask you this, what median salary am I looking at, sir?
Probably moderate to low would be median. There are obviously skilled nursing that's involved. There are executives that are involved, but the average person is going to be more in what I would categorize as a moderate and lower wage payer. I mean,
so I'm looking at the 30 to 35,000 range. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, I think it is.
Okay. So I guess my and let me first say, I am all for this project. I am excited about this project. I think this project is needed. I have aging parents and aunts and other people that I love the idea that we're going to have facilities like this. Perhaps when it's my time to be at that age, which I'm getting there quick. But I have a concern that, as presented, a 40-year bond term, where in essence we're losing, if I did my numbers right, about $61,000 to $63,000 just in the real estate tax that we should have been receiving over that term. And so, and that includes what we're bringing back in with regard to the taxes on the occupational taxes and the other taxes. And I agree, there'll be other things that will come around here, and probably other doctors' offices and things that'll be around that. But we we have to look at this from a planned decision. And if we lose $63,000 a year over that 40-year term, to induce this company that has plans on coming here, the city of Frankfort would lose $2.52 million on the project. And that is a concern to me. Now, I understand that rates change and there's inflation and wages, and there are property values go up. I get all that. I totally do. But as those values go up, that's even more money that we would be losing, and that number could rise. I don't see that it would ever fall. And in those first few years, we're going to see a big hit on that. I wonder if there is, when you presented the examples on that last page, is there, with each of those examples, is there an ROI over a term of years that we can look at? I don't know how long any of those projects have been in place, but is there something we can look at to see what the actual return of investment was for the city by providing these types of bonds to the to an organization like this?
Honestly, and this is Tim Eifler, the projects aren't really looked at like that. I can tell you most of the, like, for example, for manufacturers, in the manufacturing projects that were listed there, they were also getting Kia incentives, which is the sales tax refund on construction materials for real property. And we're getting KBI incentives where local government was giving up a 1% occupational tax in addition to maximum term property tax abatements. And, the cities, at least in the projects I was involved with, the cities were not running those economic multipliers and kind of figuring out an ROI. Their typical analysis is, we're not getting anything from this property currently. We are going to receive a net benefit from the project. We want it to occur. And that's kind of how we ended up with where we ended up on the industrial revenue bond. Can I make a point about your math real quick?
Yeah, please.
Commissioner? So we estimated once the project normalizes that the revenue stream to the city will be about $95,000 a year. The city property tax that would, if it was 40 million, and it may be less than that, but the city property tax on that based on current rates is about 78,000. So
right,
the city's not underwater, but it's not losing money. But I agree, it's just, there's just that difference there.
Yeah, well, we're gaining $17,000. You're right. We're not underwater, and the fact that we're losing money, but we're losing potential money for a project for a company like this that would increase the value dramatically of that area. And I struggle, and I'll admittedly say, if I could have done math, I would have gone to med school and not law school. But the reality is that we would be receiving $98,000 from the project every month if we don't do this. We're only going to be, or 95,000. I apologize, $95,000, and we're only going to be receiving 78. So we're literally only coming out with $17,000 every year on that. And that's where I get the, if you take that $63,000 loss every year, and I say loss is, it's a future, loss that is not realized at any time. Unless the company goes there, I get that. But that's a couple $1 million that we're abating, that for a city that, honestly, we have a $2 million deficit right now. And I honestly believe this is a great tool. I really think it works. I just want to see the ROI, because I understand that in some communities, they're not looking at that investment. I got to believe that somebody, because I know Miss Boyd, who works for us, I know she would be calculating that and what the benefit to the city is. And I want to make sure that's a good decision. And I think the company itself is a wonderful project. We want that project here. I worry about an incentive package that essentially prices us out of helping the city in any way with regard to providing revenue streams so that we can have the roads paved and the lights on and things of that nature, the street lights to get to your place, and sweep those streets when it snows and you have an elderly population. Those are all things that I think we have to take into consideration, and that's something that I worry about. In addition to Chief Briscoe was on here, this is probably an additional number of resources that will be strained in one particular area, and I want to. That's gonna be a cost to us. So I want you to know, Mr. Eifler and Sarah, I am 100% behind this project. I could not be more excited about this. The bonding is something that's a little more. It's a little bit of a conundrum for me, and I'm willing to sit down and try to hash out any numbers that we can do. Maybe lower the total number of years. Maybe it's not a full abatement, whatever it can be, so that I can say to the people around me, hey, not only are we bringing in this great company and they got a great or they got a great inducement to come here, but look at what they're going to be bringing into the city. And I don't want that question to come back with, yeah, but what are we losing in there too? So I want you to know that I'm asking all these questions, and everybody here knows that I'm the guy who asks all the really weird questions, but I want you to know I want to work on this project. I want to see it through. I want to make it happen. I don't know if these numbers work out, but we'll talk about that. I'm happy to do that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to break in here just for a second, Tim, and clarify something. I know you just said, and I heard you say it, those are the occupational tax revenues. The 95 is that's the occupational revenues to the city. So did you all factor in the fact that we have the structure with the county where
county, right? Yeah, the county gets basically everything we're paying to the city. We're also going to be paying to the county because there's no credit. So, right. So we're paying. We were just looking at city numbers, but basically it would be 95,000 to the city in the form of net profits tax, wage tax, and premiums tax, plus another 95,000 to the county annually. That's right.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to clarify that in case there were any questions later, that is the city's portion, factoring in the county taking half of that. Thank you.
Commissioner Unger?
Make sure I hit unmute. Thank you. Thank you all for being here today. That was, it's been good information to take in, but it is a lot to think about and discuss. I do want you to know that I'm also very supportive of the project, and I definitely appreciate that potential investment that you're going to be making in the city of Frankfort. I do think that the senior living facility is needed. I've talked to even some friends and family about it, and I know it's needed. So you answered the questions about jobs and potential wages, so I appreciate Commissioner Thompson for asking those. I did a little bit of research today on Mr. Bolt. He is a runner, and I am a runner myself. My parents both ran at UK, and that's where they met. So I looked up some very interesting stuff about you. You have quite a career, so that was fun. But I was wondering if you could talk about some of the other businesses you've been a part of, and maybe some of the other senior facilities that you have opened successfully. So maybe I could do a little bit more research on those as well.
Well, thank you. Yes, I have spent a lot of years running in my career. Added them up the other day. I think it was 179,000 miles. And I have 12 knee surgeries on my left knee to prove that. Troy knows that. But as far as the other businesses, most of my life, actually, up until about 10 years ago when I got in the development business, has been in the financial business. And the company that I had, that I developed that would be most prominent would be Faith Financial. And I can give you all kinds of stats about that, but I don't know if it'd be meaningful. You're welcome to look that up, or I can, send me any questions you have. In the last 10 years, I was involved with 3 different companies that I started doing senior housing. I left for various reasons as the developer. And so there is one that I would point to right now, I guess. It's in Canton, Michigan, Canton. It's, I think, 96 units. It's on the campus of Connection Church, and it is about to move people in. Again, I'm no longer a part of that company for other reasons, but it would be an example. There's another one that's about to go in on the campus of Bernstore Presbyterian Church in Punta Gorda, Florida. It's being developed by Mueller Development Group out of West Palm Beach. There's a couple of others, several others that I've been involved in along the way. The important thing, if I were in your shoes, that I would want to ask, I'm the developer, but once it's developed, I'm not running it. I don't own it. I mean, I do own it in a way, but it's with a bunch of other entities. But the management company is the one who's on the line to make it work or not. And so one of the things I would encourage all of you to look at is Paradigm Senior Living. And they are, again, out of Portland, Oregon. They have, I don't know, I think a quarter of a century of operating experience, very successful, very respected in the industry. As a matter of fact, as I've been looking at potentially sourcing the financing for this project, it's not easy to take an idea and take a new area and project, put them together, and then go out into the investment world and say, hey, we want to build a $40 million project, would you finance it? That's not easy. And so everybody does their due diligence, as you all are doing, and you're asking all the right questions. I appreciate them all. But everybody wants to know who's the operator. And I always tell them, Paradigm. And I am looking at actually acquiring another project. And people have associated Proclivity Senior Living with Paradigm Senior Living. We're not connected in any way. I want to make that clear in a legalistic sense, other than they're going to be our operator. But this one entity, which you might or might not know, very well recognized in the investment world, said, if you're going to take over this project, we want Paradigm to operate it, which I was very happy with. So I don't know if that answers your questions or not, but hopefully.
Yeah, I think that was really helpful. Thank you. And I look forward to future conversations about this.
You betcha. And good luck with your running.
Thank you.
Commissioner Waters.
All right, thank you guys for coming. I will echo other commissioners. I'm hugely in support of this idea of this facility. I do like the location as well, because I think in some time, hopefully our nursing department at Kentucky State could also maybe do some partnering there with that facility, since it's right down the road, and do some things with Kentucky State. So super excited about that. Also, I'm sort of with Kyle, I have to look at the numbers, and I'll look over this more in depth after your presentation, and we'll probably have questions because I need it to sound, I need it to be sound. Frankfort is in a big situation now, as we have our Parcels B that's open, that we are, putting money toward that big project that ground hasn't broken yet, and we have all these big projects that can bring great things to Frankfort. However, we're given a whole lot to bring these projects in, and so I just want to make sure those numbers look right, and Frankfort isn't going to be slighted or we're always waiting. It's that long process of 40 years sounds like a long time, and that's a survival and that's a support mechanism to make sure that Frankfort is sustainable during those times. And so, putting that on our community, I would want to look at the numbers in a little bit more in detail. One thing that really that really supports my love for this project is that we have a housing shortage here in Frankfort. And so seeing that there's 100 and some odd units, that tells me and hoping that these would be cost efficient for a lot of our older population, more seasoned population, that they would be moving into them, which would then open up housing around our community for new residents to come in, and maybe for other businesses to want to come in to see that that growth of open in housing. So that's a big plus for me, because that's something that we need. And so you don't really think of, oh, let's build a senior living to get more homes, but you know, that's going to be probably the first thing that the family's going to do is sell the home or rent out the home. And so it does allow for new residents to come in, or for our residents that have lived here that have rented for so long, maybe the option of buying. So I do like that, and hoping that our community will take advantage of that. So I do like it. I support it. But for me, I've just got to sit down and put my mind around the 40 years and the bonding and things of that nature, that it works out for our city in all areas, and also bringing something that is needed, as our population is a more seasoned population. Roughly, most of our population's 45 and above. And so within that, you, as Kyle said, we're all aging rather quickly. So there's a lot of people that would take advantage of this right here in our community. I love the location, and think that it's great. But just I'll look at the numbers a little bit more. I did write down your information in case I had questions that popped up. So I appreciate you and your team coming and presenting. I thank you for looking into Frankfort for this. But I'll look into it a little bit more and probably have some questions. So thank you.
You betcha. Thank you.
Commissioner Waters, Commissioner May.
Thank you, Mayor. Question for Mr. Eifler. Thank you for being here. You said about 2 years ago is when we saw the increase from 30 years on the length of the bond to 40 years. So in 2 years, you know, roughly what, a 33% increase in the length of time available. What was the specific reasons for that? Do we know, or was that we addressed that?
I don't know exactly. I do know there were a number of projects that had asked for longer terms and were kind of termed out because of the 30 years. And this is purely conjecture, but I do know, you know, about 4 years ago, there began this explosion in solar projects in Kentucky. And I don't think there's any in Franklin County, but there's a bunch around the state. Every single one of them is trying to have a 40-year industrial revenue bond there. And typically the useful life of a solar project is about 35 years. So it fits with that. I don't know if they were the driver behind that change or not, but I do know since it's changed, every bond issue that at least we've been involved with or aware of has gone from 30 years to 40 years. Everybody's seeking, obviously, with any economic development incentive, folks are trying to get the maximum benefit they can from it. But I don't have any specific knowledge as to what the change was for.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, and I'll say, you know, thank you again, Mr. Bulk, for looking at Frankfort and recognizing the opportunity. I think we all, as a commission, value, we need more housing here in Frankfort. We hear it for people of all ages and all incomes. And I think it's a great opportunity. And I am supportive of this project. I do have a question for Mr. Eifler. Now, on this, you know, this project, it seems like it's been in discussion for some time now. What, 18 months now? Is that right? Or, I guess, have these bonds been considered before, or have they been brought to the attention of the city before? Because we're a relatively new commission.
I don't know. I'm not aware of the city of Frankfort having done. I take that back. About 20 years ago, now I'm going to age myself. I do know there was an effort underway to do an industrial revenue bond issue on all the buildings that were leased to state government. And I think they had originally approached the city of Frankfort, and the city of Frankfort declined. And then actually the city of Versailles was going to do it at one point in time for property in the city of Frankfort, and that actually fell through. But I'm not aware of the city of Frankfort actually issuing an industrial revenue bond before. in this context.
Well, so that makes me interested because this would seem to be an innovative use of economic development incentives, and we do want to encourage development here in Frankfort. So I appreciate the opportunity there, and I think it would, it's an opportunity for us to get a little. This year we also considered TIF, and we passed a TIF ordinance. So this would be another way that we could say we have experience in attracting businesses. But I know this term is for up to 40 years. Can you tell me, Tim, what the average length of bonds for these types of industrial revenue bonds? I'm assuming that not every one that's issued is for 40 years.
Well, all the ones we were involved with were for 30 years until they changed the statute. And now everyone is seeking 40 years, but it's negotiable. So certainly you can, within that, that's the cap in the statute. You can't go beyond it. Certainly can be less.
Right.
I will tell you, I have seen situations where, there have been issuers that wanted some protections. For example, we're willing to go to the maximum term, but if you shut down the facility and don't operate, we want the ability to terminate earlier than that. So we're not on the hook for 40 years if you don't deliver what you're promising, things like that. But beyond that, at least on the projects we've been involved with, the most solar for sure has been 40 years, and before that 30 years.
And then one other question. You kind of hit on that. What if there is a change of ownership in the property? Does the tax abatement continue on?
Typically, you can it's up to the buyer, but you can transfer the entire structure with the sale.
And then
will continue.
And I think Commissioner Thompson was asking this, but what's the risk to the city? Is there any risk to the city if for some reason, I know it's an internal loan, but to assure everyone else, is there any risk to the city?
There's no risk to the city.
Okay. And thank you, Commissioner Waters. One more question.
Yeah, I have just a really simple question. I know that will come up later on in our meeting, but will this building, have they considered it being an energy efficient building in the way that they're building it, moving toward efficiency, with energy and things of that nature for this building?
Great question. All of y'all are asking great questions. And the answer is yes, profoundly yes. As a matter of fact, we're in discussions with a major firm. Again, I just can't now publicly say who it is, who delivers PACE funds, PACE. I would encourage all of you to look that up as well. Kentucky is a PACE-friendly funding state, and we are absolutely utilizing that. And all of the PACE funds are directly tied to, we'll call it green or efficient way of operating a facility. Now, it's not a LEED building per se, LEED, but it is going to be PACE, partially PACE funded. Yes.
Great, thank you. That's exciting.
Well, without any further questions, we do appreciate you all waiting around for your opportunity to discuss this, and we're excited about this. Thank you for your time tonight, gentlemen. And we have Sarah Bishop on from Frankfort. We haven't heard from her.
Thank you, and I'm around if anybody wants to chat, and my dog's yelling in the background, so apologies. But
thank you all.
Thank you very much for your time.
Right.
Thank you.
Our next discussion item, we have number 2, IT software purchases. Mr. Bobby Rippey.
Yes, thank you. We're excited to have Bobby Rippey here. I think I've spoken to all of you all, and we've reached out and sent some of the demo videos. We didn't want to take up too much of your time because some are 15 minutes long, but this is all about having a mobile app, the C-Click Fix, so we can have citizens take photos of whether it's potholes or something that needs to be fixed, sidewalks, and it will be geolocated, sent into our work order system so that folks can get automatic notifications of that it was assigned, when it was addressed, I think this is a great opportunity to increase efficiency with our city team, as well as accountability. You know, we hear a lot. I know you all ask for it and our citizens ask for it. We're going to be able to report on even better about the work that we do and responding to citizens. And Bobby, you want to take it away?
Great, Lauren. Thank you. She covered most of it there. Essentially, we are going to go a little past that tonight. I have two more small projects that we're working on as well with the Parks Department, but we feel like this is a series of IT projects that increases citizen engagement, our visibility as a city, and efficiency for our departments. So I'll just go over the first two, which are the smaller ones, and those are with parks. I'm sorry. We're going to rebuild the header or the website landing page for parks. It's currently hosted by a third party outside of Civic Plus, which is the core of our city website. That's quite an easy transition, but in that process, we're also going to add what's called Civic Rec. Civic Rec is civic recreation, obviously, Parks and Recreation software. It's a self-service program for Parks and Rec. What it does, it has activity management and registration, facility and instructor management. That would be your coaches, volunteers, and so on and so forth. It helps you with your online payment and POS systems. They have activity calendars that they'll share with the public, activity catalogs that you can catalog through, search through, and on the website. Once you get into Civic or into the City of Frankfort Parks website, you can drop into Civic Rec, and it'll have all these functions for you. It's ADA compliant. It has league management and inventory management as well. So it's pretty robust, and it'll make their website kind of like a standalone website outside of ours, but it'll match the landing of ours, unlike the one we have now. And it'll be a one-stop shop. We can all the administrators of the from Parks, IT, any other department will have the ability to make changes to the website. But the first project that Laura mentioned was the C-Click Fix project. That is a really robust product. I'm going to share my screen with you real quick, just give you some screenshots. I'm going to share it first. You guys see that? Can you guys see that?
Yes, we can, Bobby.
Okay, thank you. Essentially what this is what we would call our gateway app. This app is what you would find on the Google platform, the Android platform, or the iOS platform. It has customized toggles and branding for our city. It's routed to the correct department by category, location less categories. So you can do a general work order. You don't have to do a pin drop. You can do a general work order. Hey, Coast Spring Park was dirty today, so on and so forth. And citizens will know when their issue's already been reported. They call it duplicate detection. So you can't, and you guys can see this in your videos as well. If somebody drops a pin or reports the same issue, then it will take, the first report will take precedent, and that's when the clock starts on the project. So that's the basic, what you're seeing there on your screen is the basic application. And if you see on the far left here, where my mouse is, this is our push notification system. So if we have what would be a street outage for a parade, a downtown event, concert series, or bad weather, something such as that, then we can actually we can do push notifications for those who sign up for this. And in the middle one there is another notification we can shoot out on the social media platforms, Facebook, or so on and so forth. And then also we can shoot an email out to our citizens as well. This here is our C-Click Fix web portal and Facebook landing. And basically you can drop a pin on a location here. Like Laura said, this would be the city manager, sorry. This would be a geofence. So you can't be in Florida and drop a pin in our boundary and report a pothole. So the gateway, the web portal on Facebook, you drop a pin, or you can enter the location right here, and this is the Facebook side of it. or you can use the web portal, which we'll have on our website. You'll have a link to that on the website as well. And you can do the same thing. You can drop a pin at your exact location, or you can type in an address. And this is all these are controlled, or not controlled by, but the land base on this is going to be our GIS land base, the city of Frankfort's. It won't be Google Earth or so on. It'll be our actual data that we maintain. Sorry. And then there's a couple other ways we can do it. You can walk in to City Hall if you don't own the technology or don't understand the technology. You can walk in or make a phone call, and we'll have departmental folks, the folks that answer the phone for each department, will first see if that issue lies in that department, and they'll create the work order for you. And you can either get a call back, or you can get a text or an email. So it's not just gonna be web-based only. We're gonna have some manual means to this too, for those folks who like the ability or like the technology. And then there's a report card that the commission, the city manager, department heads, so on, can view. And if you see right here, this is just a small example of what you can do. This is how many work orders were created in I don't know what city this is. This is just their example. Street light outage malfunction. There are 910 created, acknowledged 906 times, closed 910 of those. Days to acknowledgement, 0.2. That's really fast. Days to close, 4.9. What you can do, you can set your milestones here for particular projects. Street repair, sign repair, so, code violations, illegally parked cars. I guess that'd be a code violation too. But things such as that, you'll be able to kind of grade yourself, and you can make this public if you want. If not, then we could use it administratively. So that's really that's just an overview of what you've probably already seen today. I just wanted you to see the look and feel of it. But we'll have more to come. We will be asking you for a budget amendment for all three of these projects in the amount of $25,990.83. So I guess from there, City Manager, is there anything else you want me to address our commission as well?
Bobby, thank you for that. And I know you also mentioned you've spoken to a couple cities who use this and that they're really pleased with it.
Yes, ma'am, I have. I've spoken with actually the IT director in Danville. They implemented it a year and a half ago. The project started 2 years ago. It took about 6 months to complete. And he said that the citizens there are joyed about it. They really like it. The only thing and a couple other folks I've spoken with, New Bedford, Massachusetts, St. Pete, Florida, their only issue that they were having was getting it out to the public, the publication, getting it delivered to the public. So, but once they do, it's taken off and they all enjoy it. The public works departments, parks department, all love this thing. It's working well for them.
Great, thanks, Bobby.
Commissioner Waters?
I just wanted to say thanks for putting this together, and it was a great presentation. I'm all for moving our city forward in the land of Wi-Fi and computers and apps. I know I think I've been harping on apps since I've been a city commissioner on we need an app for that so we can communicate and things. So I love the ideas of everything going to an app. This helps when I know residents the other day, Craig Blanton had brought up, that our sign was looking bad on the news coming in on 127. And that's something that people can stop and take a picture of, because we're not in all places at all times. I know there's 4 commissioners and a mayor, but we're not in all places at all times to know every pothole, to know everything that's not been upkept. Our staff does all that they can, and sometimes things fall in the cracks. And so we just really need to know where those cracks are, where those things are, if there's, like you said, potholes, if there's sidewalks, anything like that. If you're out walking, we need to know that. Some of us don't walk some of those streets. So it would help on getting that information, and it will go straight to the staff. And I like that it has a date stamp and things of that nature to let us follow up rather than sending an email to some of the commissioners and then getting it sent over and it's back and forth. I really like this one-stop shop and then being able to follow up on what you submitted. And so I love the fact that they're adding parks and rec. You know, more of our things need to be online and app oriented. I know that a while back we did the text messaging and I wanted to switch that over to the app. So I'm super excited and I think we need to just keep adding more and more onto our app service because that's the world we live in today. So thank you so much, Bobby. And I think doing the amendment, I would agree to that. So it's 25,000, but I think it's going to be a great asset to our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All right. Any other
Thank you.
discussion?
One other thing to add, we're actually going to be able to, part of this is working towards also getting people to pay their taxes online. I think the overall goal is we're trying to make it easier to do business with the city, whether you're a citizen, business person. So this is just one important way.
That's how we do the rest of our lives. So let's make it easier to interact with the city of Frankfort.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Bobby.
Thank you, Mayor, Commission.
The next item, we have a presentation about recycling options.
Yes, Katie Beard will join us. This is a really important service. I know that we had talked about it previously and decided that we need to do a little bit more research. We went and visited West Rock and Lexington, the two major service providers. Staff also did research and doing our own materials recycling facility. And I think we have a robust information here for you all. You know, our goal is that we present this information, this second round of information to you and hope that we get clear direction for voting at the end of October. And based on the questions and how you guys feel, but to let us know so we can develop to vote on ordinances, the programs to vote on at the end of October.
Okay, I've got Byron here. I'm going to attempt to share my screen. And we're going to review. I know you all have heard about recycling a lot, but we have completed our site visits to both facilities. And we want to summarize that to you and just present the options that we have before us. Can you all see this screen yet?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So we have for many years taken our recyclables to Lexington, as you all know. And since our current agreement expired at the end of June, we have three options to moving forward. Option one is to remain with Lexington Recycle Center and negotiate a new agreement. Option two is to take our recyclable materials to West Rock in Louisville and to negotiate a contract with them. And we noted here, a contract again is not required. We could begin taking our materials there anytime. We would just prefer to have a contract to lock in a tipping fee. And then option three that we did take a look at, it was looked at before, maybe back in 2010 or 11, was operating our own facility here in Frankfort as a regional facility for recyclable materials. And I'm going to let Byron talk to you a little bit about the first two options and the tours that we took at both facilities.
The first, first picture is the Lexington MRF Center. The first is their drop-off area. Their drop-off area is covered in out of the weather, which keeps the market value a lot higher than what an outdoor facility would be. The second picture in the slide is some of their sorted material. The right-hand box is plastic, mixed plastic, 2-liter water bottles, that type of plastic, PET plastic. These.
It's slowly but surely.
Just some clean bales of mixed plastic, and that Lexington is baled up and ready for market. They take very big pride in their cleanliness of material. The next picture is the dump site for West Rock. It is outside in the weather. They are building a shed cover for it, but 90% of the material right now stays outside. This picture is one picture of their sorting lines, a star screen system. It's actually the same. The star screen system is the same system that Lexington's currently using, but Lexington is upgrading their system at the end of this year. Now, West Rock ships a lot of their loads primarily by rail car because they get more money or cheaper freight by shipping that way, more weight. Just a little kind of a breakdown in comparison of what's collected or what's accepted at both facilities. Both facilities will accept plastic screw top bottles and jugs, glass bottles and jars, paperboard, aluminum cans, bottles, steel cans, cardboard and box board. In Lexington, in March of 2022, they will be accepting newspaper, office paper, magazines, etc. again. So we should be, if we go into contract with them, we will be able to go back to curbside collection of that in March of next year. West Rock currently does accept it, all paper products, including the wax board containers, takeout containers, clamshell packaging. And they're just two flyers, both a flyer from each location. The plastic bottle container that West Rock does accept are the 1-7s, but Lexington is just screw tops, bottles, and jugs, and they don't care about the number. As long as it has a screw top bottle or it's considered a bottle or a jug, they will accept it.
And I'll just interject and say that either way we go, we are going to begin accepting glass again, curbside, and that will be at a date to be determined probably before the end of this calendar year so that we can get the appropriate notice out. But Lexington is accepting glass now. It is a little more wear and tear on our equipment and our trucks. In the past, we've always purchased a new truck every year for right around $300,000. That's a side loader that's operated by one employee. And so that's a factor for us, is that we will need to continue to purchase those trucks each year. And we may even have to do a budget amendment later this year to request that, because we've already spent about 65% of our repair budget.
Yeah, we've had a bad year for equipment.
Our
failures.
Equipment and trucks are
Okay,
really.
if I could just add something just to clarify. So, a new solid waste truck, typically we do get it every year. It was in the budget, but it was cut like everywhere. We were facing a budget shortfall. So that is the reason why there wasn't a new solid waste truck.
Yep, it was.
And that's what we're speaking to now, with the challenges of also picking up glass and expanding our efforts.
This just is more of an informational slide that a lot of people kind of forget about, that we do have some drop-off centers located at our recycle center on Rouse Avenue. We do take paper in a separated container, which is pictured here. Then we do also have boxes set up outside that are all items that we collect curbside, all the plastic bottles and jugs, aluminum and steel cans, paperboard, box board. And we also, during our normal working hours, we do have an electronic waste drop-off. In the county, Franklin County Fiscal Court does have a paper box set up on Derbyshire Circle where they accept the paper, mixed paper as well. Then I know there was a question brought up a while back about plastic bags. We don't accept them at the recycle center, but both Kroger stores in town do still accept them. They have containers out in their lobby areas. They'll accept all types of plastic shopping bags, the plastic food bags, packaging, even the cheese wrapper. They'll accept those type of plastics as well. And just the app, we do have an app. It's called Frank Waste. It's free download, App Store, Google Play. It's not as downloaded as much as I'd like, but it is handy to use. You can be a county or city resident. You put your address in there, you'll get notifications no matter if there's a collection change due to weather, holiday events. Right now, if you schedule, my address is on a Tuesday, and I can see all the way up to the end of the year when the holiday collection days are for whether even on Thursdays and Fridays routes. But I'll be pushing it out more. Actually, hopefully there'll be a billboard up in town, up on 127, right there in the River Bend BP area. It's supposed to be going up this week. Then we'll have another one out in the holidays, which thanks to the state, part of the recycle grant money that we received, we're using it to advertise the app this year. Really get more out because people can send me issues. Myself, or Deputy Director Anderson will receive them and we can take care of them right then instead of having to wait till our phone call or work order gets made. Yep.
All right, so we've just summarized our pros and cons of each of our option 1 and 2. So option 1, the pros to that is that the cost is kept down by the fact that they consign materials, they sell, we receive revenues back. This year, we're actually ahead by about $17,000 this year. That varies, obviously, the market goes up and down all the time, and in the past few years, we've averaged a cost of about $20 a ton. But the location, again, helps keep the hauling costs down. They have the transparency that we enjoy because they are a publicly run facility, and we have a long-term relationship with them that helps with communication. Really, the downside to Lexington is a few less materials are collected curbside, and it sounds like that's going to even be less materials because they are making upgrades to accept paper again curbside by March. West Rock, the downside to them is the cost because they don't consign the materials and the hauling costs due to their location. The pros are that they do accept more materials, and there's no contract required, so we could just begin taking materials there very quickly. Just a brief summary of our waste management costs, focusing on recycling. In Lexington, we average about $20 a ton and $229 per load for a total of about $79,000 a year. West Rock, $38 per ton, which is in negotiation. I have a call with them tomorrow about, they said that they do have a little bit of wiggle room in that tipping fee of $38. So we're going to see just how much they can negotiate with us tomorrow. $304 per load hauling, estimated cost of about $147. So we're thinking, about $50,000 to $70,000 annual cost increase to haul our materials there. And then just for comparison's sake, the landfill cost is $32.69 per ton. So the third option I do want to touch on briefly. The requirements include a pretty large footprint, which we may be able to fit at our current location on Rouse Avenue.
We still need an additional building just for trucks and the stuff that we currently do now inside our building.
So an additional building, 27 sorting equipment machines, probably 15 to 20 additional staff. For this facility to really be successful, based on what we have found out, you really need a volume of around 40,000 tons per year. And just as an example, Frankfort collects about 120, in Franklin County also another 120 tons per year.
Or that's per month.
Oh, per month,
Yeah,
which equates to about 3,500.
Right now, we're at the fiscal end of the fiscal year. We were at 1,320 for the fiscal year tonnage for that year.
I believe the math worked out to you'd need about 10 more Frankfort size communities to bring in that volume. And the construction is estimated to be anywhere from 25 to $30 million just to build this facility and get it up and running. I think that's the end of our presentation. Of course, we're open to any questions and discussion. I know we've talked about this a lot. I hope that that provides some clarity to our past conversations.
Thank you, Katie. Thank you, Byron.
Commissioner Unger, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. I want to say thank you to staff for all that information and also for allowing me to visit both sites with you all. It was good education experience for me, and got my feet wet in terms of how recycling goes. So I would like to just sort of start the conversation with, as we talk about recycling and waste management, I'd like for us to sort of look beyond the cost, which I know is difficult to say in city government, but I would like for us to think about our goals. We just had our strategic planning meeting, and we did discuss sort of a broad range of sustainability that we want to see in our community, as well as sustainability in our services. So, I think minimizing what we put in the landfill is really important to probably not just a lot of the faces on this screen, but our citizens. And, you could potentially say that West Rock could be the best choice if that's, what we're looking at, even though it is a higher cost. So I do think there's maybe one advantage to West Rock that we didn't really discuss, and that's the fact that it's been pretty stable in what they take. I think they've taken the same products for years, where Lexington has fluctuated a bit in what they take and been maybe a little bit unreliable in that way. But we are seeing that they will be taking more products in the spring. So I think that's great. I'd also sort of like to throw out there that I would like to see, before we either lock into a contract with Lexington, maybe we need to have more of those conversations with the county. I know Commissioner Thompson has mentioned that as well, about, can we combine these services? And what would that look like in the future if we can't do it, right now? So what could that look like in the next few years? And also, one of the things I saw at West Rock during the visit was that they use rail cars. I wasn't able to ask staff this today, but could that potentially be a hauling option for us from the city of Frankfort? I don't know the answer to that, so that's definitely something I was gonna bring up to staff later. Maybe you could talk to West Rock about that in your conversation tomorrow. But also, one thing I want to put out there is, the Benson Valley landfill at some point is going to be full. So, we just really need to be thinking about how we can reduce our waste as a city, as a county, so that, our children in the future don't have to deal with that. So, few of my thoughts out there, and love to see where this conversation goes. So, thank you.
Commissioner Waldridge. Thank you. Commissioner Unger.
I just had a couple of questions and one, I guess, statement, and it'll sort of piggyback on what Commissioner Unger had shared. I wrote down to see when you had mentioned that Louisville was using the train, I had written down, what is the closest loading area or staging area where we could load our maybe our recyclables on a train and not use Lexington or Louisville, that maybe if we can ship it somewhere else out of this, would that be an option? What does that cost us to load onto a train? And can we ship it to the next place that may give us a better deal, and go past Lexington and Louisville? So that's one question that I had. And then another would be with the no contract in Louisville at West Rock. I understand that you want to lock in a price, but if we also had no contract, does that mean they could tell us like a day, like the day of or a day before, that they couldn't accept any recyclables from us, and then we would just be stuck with our trash to do what with? So having no contract, is that just on the financial side of it, or can they just say, oh, we can't do it right now and we don't know when? You know, I just feel like we're more safer with a contract if that is the case. So that would be my other question. And then my other one would be, you know, we're looking at the county or the city recycle. If we did pair up with counties and other cities surrounding, could this be something that all the cities and counties in surrounding that would like to partner with us could apply for grants and things of that nature, since recycle is huge, to make a huge grants possibility, ask for something possibility? I'm not sure on how that works, you know, crossing county and city lines with other counties, but I would think that that would make a grant process stronger to maybe ask for a greater number to help build that. So that's sort of my questions and my ideas. My last statement is regarding the app. So I have the app downloaded, and it's very informational, and I guess I just would like to add I guess later on to see if we can add like where I could request other cans and not have to come into the city to do that. Could I request extra cans on that app later on and pay for those, or ask for a can upgrade from that app eventually to instead of having to come into downtown office? So that's all of my questions and statements, but thanks.
You're welcome. And do we have any answers for those questions right now, or is that for later?
Yeah, I can touch on a few of those. And I can definitely follow up with West Rock in my conversation tomorrow. I got the impression that they shipped out the final materials.
The sorted.
And the raw
sorted and
materials
baled.
need to come in on a truck, but I can definitely clarify that.
Yes, as far as I know, they do ship just the final sorted baled material out on a freight train.
And Commissioner Waldridge's question about shipping via rail somewhere else, I'm not sure of that answer. We'll have to look into that one. When we spoke to West Rock and visited there, I mean, they operate 6 days a week. I didn't get the impression that they would shut down at a moment's notice. However, I do prefer to have a contract in place to lock in all of those details and to protect us. So they seemed open to that. So, you know, having the contract issue is maybe a pro and a con, I guess, because we do prefer to have one. The time that it's helpful is like if Lexington were to shut down, then we can transfer our stuff to West Rock very easily without a contract. But for a long-term relationship, a contract would be best.
Yeah, the contract is just like, I would word it just like we do the landfill contract, that they have to provide us a secondary location, whether they take it there or we can haul it there ourselves. Either way, they have to provide that location for us. If they're shut down, whether it's due to upgrades or even a bad market per se, or even if they've had major equipment failures, you know, due to storms or, you know, electrical outages or whatever, they have that, we would want that, they would have to provide us a secondary location.
I'm not sure about grant opportunities with teaming up with surrounding communities, but we can definitely look into that one as well. And then on the Frank Waste app, can you request a can or an upgrade in that?
Then you can, but you can't pay, you cannot pay for it right now. We've got one more year with the contract on with Recollect, with the company that's the manufacturer of the app, and we can add some more stuff to it once I wanted to just get the basic app when we started, just to make sure everything's gonna work, you know, that it is being used, that we can, there's a lot of more upgrades that we can add to it.
Thank you.
Commissioner Unger.
You guys mentioned Benson Valley landfill again. Is there any sort of like projected date on when it could potentially be full?
The last time I talked to Mike at the landfill, that's the head of the landfill, was 42 years, and that was 2 years ago.
Thank you.
Commissioner Thompson.
Yes, thank you. I apologize for the delay. I just wanted to say that I do like the idea of teaming up with other organizations and communities. You know, one of my concerns is that, and I know that I was the one who has been pushing the, hey, why don't we look at a third option where we do this ourselves, and since starting that research, you know, it is increasingly becoming apparent to me that the way that the national model of recycling and waste management is done is kind of a broken system. And until there is a new national model, it is going to remain that way. There are a number of factors that go into that, whether you want to talk about, you know, China having an embargo on trash coming over, whether we're talking about truly recycled entities and things of that nature. So I'm concerned about all the options, to be honest with you, because I want to make sure that we are good stewards of what we are doing with our recycling program, considering that we have one right now. The other thing is that there are things that I want us to consider, and I already promised several people on this call, that including the mayor and others, and Madam City Manager, that I wanted to talk this through a little bit more, and that is there are other options. You know, one of the things that I've harped on, probably to the point where everybody on this call and city staff and everybody is tired of hearing it, is that there are a lot of city businesses in downtown Frankfort, and we don't provide city trash pickup for businesses. And I know that was a financial decision many years ago. I know it's a labor issue and how much there is, but it's one of those things where we are paying all of that money. You know, I'll use myself as an example. I'm paying well over $2,000 a year as a business owner to have a trash dumpster in my parking lot, and all that money is going to a private company in Shelbyville, every bit of it. And you know, maybe it's because of volume that they have that they're able to do that. Maybe we don't have the ability to do that, but I got to believe that if there's a fee-based service that we can have to be able to increase revenues for public works, then we should look at that, because just because it didn't work the last time it was reviewed, it may not be good this time. I would love to be able to provide that service to all businesses in the city and not have to pay some other city for what we're doing. That's a very minimum of what we should be doing. But teaming up with other communities, you know, it's one of those things where it's kind of like the regional jail approach. You know, it sounds great. It sounds like you're going to be able to make money off other communities' inmates that would be coming over here, and we'll charge the other entities. But I know, just like other people do, that there's a big cost when you bring in a lot of inmates into a jail, and when you do that, there's medical costs and things like that. So I also know that if we bring in trash and things of that nature to our community and recycling to our community, that there's going to be additional costs to that. And so I want to make sure that we know what those are, and I don't know what those are at this point. I want to work to try to find that out. I think the numbers that you all presented are right on. I think there has to be a determination of what that value added is, whether that's, you know, in the form of a profit or convenience or service. I don't know what that is at this point. And maybe over a 40-year period, if we can start modeling what West Rock is doing and actually having profitable entity where they actually sell the products off. That's something that isn't done anywhere. And honestly, if recycling was profitable, I think I told Commissioner Unger this, if recycling was profitable, we'd have a recycling center on every corner. I mean, it would be like McDonald's. The fact is, the model that we have right now is not profitable. So we have to, if we're going to lead in this area, we got to think outside of the box. And outside of the box may be something a little different than just paying the only two people in the state who are doing it. And they wouldn't do it if they weren't making money. So there's got to be a reason that they're doing it. So I've been doing a lot of research. I have passed some of that along to City Manager Haig and some others, and I really like the attitude and things that we're talking about and trying to find a solution. And I don't know what it is at this point, but I appreciate everything City Works has done at this point, Public Works has done at this point. So thanks.
Mayor, do you mind if I just want to add a few to what Commissioner Thompson was asking to? So you bring up some very good points in talking about costs. As you know, we don't charge separately for solid waste. That happened several years ago. We know neighboring entities too. But I would like to maybe offer this up to the commissioners. I think we need to think kind of short term and long term. As you guys discussed in your strategic planning retreat, you did discuss sustainability. And we're really going to have to discuss the budget. And as all of y'all have mentioned, we've had, and we're going to talk about this a little bit with the parks fees. There are budget gaps we're going to have to close. We're going to have to look at different ways since the reduction in occupational tax revenue. I think what I would offer is that we think about this vote on recycling where you have, in making a decision at the end of the month, it's something that doesn't have to be for 10 years. It could be for a shorter time frame. And while we have options deciding whichever way you would like to go, whether with West Rock or Lexington, we can put that in place. And then as we have discussions about the strategic plan priorities and what those strategies look like, and also talking about next year's budget, because that's going to be really important for revenue, we can also look at other fees and saying, okay, if we're willing to pay for this, we should look at, separate fees or not, or we would probably even have a clearer picture. Alicia Boyd, our finance director, will be presenting next month about occupational tax revenue and giving us a sense of our financial picture. So I see it as a couple of different ways. One, looking at maybe what y'all would like to do and providing policy direction to the staff for the shorter term. And then thinking at the longer term, you all will have many more conversations, and we'll have some robust conversations around the strategic plan and the budget, and we'll be including the community. Or two, if you wanted to wait to hear a little bit more about the state of the financial, our finances here in November, that's also an option. My goal is, as you guys know, is to keep this moving forward. I know that y'all have discussed this on many occasions even before I arrived. So providing the best information so we can think perhaps there's kind of a short term and a longer term view to this important issue. I mean, it's important to the community. It's important to all of us.
All right, I have a couple of questions, but I will say, speaking of the longer term, I just want to know when we can start incinerating all of our trash and turning it into energy. And it seems like, aren't we there yet with the technology? I think long term, that may be our solution. But really for now, I have a question for Public Works and Katie and Byron. If the Lexington numbers that you showed, does that include the cost of the consignment, the money that, after they sell what we deliver?
Yes.
Okay, that includes that.
That's kind of an average over the past few years after they sell and return revenues.
Okay, and then have they provided us a distribution list of where they send the products? I think I've seen that for West Rock. Where are they sending this? How do we know it goes where it's supposed to go?
They do provide one, which I have one when I get back in the office in the morning. I'll send it off to all the commissioners.
Okay, and then on the option 3, the do it ourselves model, it was 40,000 tons a year and 25 to 30 million dollars in construction costs. Where do we get those numbers? Where are those estimates from?
We've been looking at surrounding communities and Lexington and West Rock, of course. And Sarah Anderson had done some research and found just kind of general nationwide numbers to compare to as well. But the 40,000 tons is what Lexington currently brings in. That is a successful number for them. They, of course, say they'd be even better off at 42,000, but that's kind of an average minimum, I guess you would say, for what we would need to bring in to make it a successful facility.
Okay, thank you. And I'll just end by, I'll echo what Commissioner Unger said. Sometimes it's not about just cost. I think we have to look at collectively what the people hours that we spend as a community taking, like let's say glass or paper, hauling that somewhere else. We're all going out to Rouse Avenue, and it's everybody's time. So I think I wonder what that number is, how many collective hours we spend doing that, and if it's a little bit more to do West Rock, but if it saves our entire community that effort, I think it could be worth it. But I think we need to consider that as well. And I don't know if there's a way to charge people, have a voluntary fee. I know it sounds crazy, but there's probably people out there in our community that would pay extra if given the opportunity for the ability to have everything recycled that they can and not have to do that. So if that's an option, I think we should consider it. But I do think that there probably is some support out there for that. That's all I have. Thank you all. Any other questions or discussion? Commissioner Watridge?
I just had one, and it's for Byron. I know that in 2019, I think I was in your office a couple of times a week bugging you about trying to start our own facility and the cost. And I'm not sure where that email is. And I was wondering if maybe you could check in your emails to see if you could re-forward that to me and maybe to the other commissioners on some of the information you had given me at that time when I'd requested it. I wasn't able to find it, but I know we've switched over emails, but that may be some helpful information as well.
Okay, yeah, I'll check. I'll also check with Ray Richardson. I know me and him have worked on it together as well. So
yes, so that'd be great. I think some of that information and maybe some of those numbers would help some of the commissioners and things of that nature to see the price of owning our own and things. So it was helpful for me at the time. So thank you.
Commissioner
Unger. Ms. Haig, I appreciate you sort of thinking or mentioning sort of short-term, long-term plans and goals for this, because I think that is important. But I think I would like to hear how this conversation goes tomorrow. I hate to, really kick the can down the road, I guess. But I'd like to hear how this conversation goes with West Rock, and then I don't know, how should we move forward here? What do you need from us?
Right. Well, in that case, I mean, I do hear a lot of other questions, and we could be happy to take the time and present once again at the November work session. So, and then in preparation for the November voting session. And at that point, you guys will also hear, will hear from Alicia on the also state of finances as well, and what we're collecting in occupational tax revenue and impact. And then, yes, we could have some more information from West Rock to help inform the decision. Be happy to do that.
Thank you all. Very informative. This is a very packed agenda tonight. We have a lot of good information. Next item, discussion item number 4, the presentation about the Parks Department proposal fees for 2022.
Laura Ross, I think, had a question, comment?
Just really quickly, I want to make sure I understand. So you all want us to bring this back in November at the November work session. Is that what we're saying now?
I will ask the commission that. That's a good question. We're waiting for more information from West Rock on the fees. Or is that something that we can get in between now and possibly have it for a voting meeting?
I think the fees from West Rock, I don't know if Katie and Byron jumped off. Yeah, that is something, the tipping fees and negotiate with them. I'd be happy to send the information. If that's enough to make a decision, then we can have it for the voting session at the end of October. And if not, if there's further questions, then we can report back again in November for a discussion.
Okay.
Is that?
Yes. Commissioner Thompson.
I would really like the opportunity, City Manager Haig, if you wouldn't mind allowing us to individually, if we want to discuss this with you on Public Works and to have those discussions. I feel like I always feel like I never have enough research that I've done, and so I want to like be able to like take all this in and you know, I don't want and I told some folks today, I don't want to be doing something just because we think we're doing good for the city and we watch the recycling leave the town and we're like, we did a good job, and in reality we're not really doing a good job for you know, saving the earth and doing the things that we need to do and also being economical about that. So I want to make sure that we all know all the facts about it. And I think the mayor's question about where does it go and how does it get there and does it end up in a landfill anyway are all good questions that I'd like an answer to.
On that note, we did talk to West Rock, and they figured perhaps about, I think if I remember correctly from Katie, and maybe Commissioner Unger remembers, might end up because it's contaminated in a landfill from their recycling. And on that note about trains, what Byron said is true, is that it is post after they've collected recycling that they ship it out on trains because they put it in compact bales, and that's what actually makes it economical, is that you pack it down, you have it in bales, and you pack it in on the rail cars. So that's why it's I would just hazard a guess that getting recyclables to a facility on rail cars is not, unless you have that equipment to pack it in bales and ship it to make it as efficient as possible.
Commissioner Unger.
I appreciate you following up on that, because that was something that I should have asked, and a citizen asked me about the rail car hauling. But I had a note here that 5 to 8% of waste from West Rock goes to Sulphur, Kentucky. So I want to put that out there.
Okay. All right. So maybe on the voting session, but probably on the November work session, right?
Thank you.
Great. Discussion item number 4, we're going to the Parks Department proposal of fees for 2022, and Mr. Sean Pickens, and I'll turn it over to you.
Yes, I just want to say a quick intro is that we know this is going to be one of several discussions. I know there's going to be a lot of questions. I know that we're all passionate and love Jennifer Hills and the golf course and the aquatic center. And when we talk about fees, we know we will, I think Sean's already planned a community meeting on October 28th about this. We're sending out surveys. And so knowing that will be a lot of opportunities to follow up with individual meetings with all of you all. Happy to gather all the questions that we may or may not be able to answer, or you can submit them to us. But we know this is going to be a robust discussion, you know, over the next month, because we hope to present this to you all to vote on. We need to by the end of November. So know that there's about a 6-week time frame. And as Sean talks about, you know, first of all, I think Sean and Alex Cunningham and Kirk Schooley are golf pro. They've really worked hard to do a lot of different scenarios. As you guys know, percent from the budget, there was probably about a $350,000 shortfall for the golf course. 2019, and the aquatic center was about 110,000. And this is a public good that we are happy to provide. But as we've all discussed, and it's recently reported in the State Journal, and we know we've talked a lot about occupational tax revenue. It's an opportunity now. We do have to revisit the fees that we charge here in the city. We need to create ongoing revenue opportunities to cover the cost so we can maintain our high service delivery and the amenities that we all enjoy. So thinking that with some of the revenue shortfall, ARPA, CARES Act, covered a lot. We're going to have ARPA funds that we're going to talk to you guys later about. But in 2 years' times, we won't have this additional federal funding. So that's another reason that we will have some ongoing discussions and future in the budget about ongoing revenue to fill this right now approximately $1.9 million revenue shortfall from the state occupational tax revenue. So I'll leave it at that. Sorry to talk a lot this evening. And so Sean can present briefly about our fee structure.
Sure. Thank you. Can everybody hear me? Okay. I apologize. I am in Florida at the moment, so I'm kind of doing multiple things here. First, let's discuss real quickly the athletic fees and the aquatic center fees before we go into the golf course. Golf course is a little more difficult and a little more in depth. I think you all should both. I think you should have two different documents. I think. Does everybody have those? Okay. So the one that has it starts out with our baseball and softball fees, our athletic fees. You can see there several different proposals, and I'll kind of go through these a little bit quickly. There's a lot of numbers. I understand. There's a lot of information and a lot of projections. So keep in mind, a lot of this is projections. And we try to compare other parks, other golf courses when we get to that, to try to come up with these different proposals. So you'll see there baseball and softball fees. So three different proposals, basically a simple, $5 increase and a $10 increase. And then you can kind of see there towards the bottom, Woodford County, Scott County, Shelby County, our surrounding counties are anywhere from, say, $85, $90 at the most, between $65 and $90. So the proposal number 3, that would put it up at $75. So that would put us in the middle of everybody. And I don't think we want to raise it, on athletics more than $10 in 1 year. That would be a pretty steep jump. Anything beyond that in 1 year's time. But proposal 2 is just a $5 increase. Then proposal 1 is just keeping it the same as it is. So you can just kind of see some other information there. Field rentals, and I'll take questions on any of this in just a second. Athletic field rentals, kind of on the next page there. You can kind of see some different options there for field rentals. These are more for outside tournaments coming in. So say a team from Louisville wants to come in and rent one of our fields to have a tournament. This is kind of the rates that we were looking at. Some different options there, and that's within the going rate of local communities. Then the aquatic center. Again, that gets this probably gets a little more in depth. You can see 4 different proposals there. Basically just adding 50 cents to each fee, increasing the night rentals $100. And proposal 2 is again adding. This is getting into resident and non-resident rates. This is recommended by the Parks Master Plan. They recommend we go with resident and non-resident rates. We don't necessarily have to. Like I said, it's just a recommendation. There will be some challenges to that, to ask for IDs, track people down. Hey, are you really from here? And blah, 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 blah. So it could be somewhat challenging. Scott County at their aquatic center, they do resident and non-resident rates. And we've had discussions, and they have challenges to keep up with that. But they kind of do have a system that works for the most part. And then proposal 3 and 4, just some odds and end tweaks there. And then you can see at the bottom of that spreadsheet, you can see fee comparisons. Scott County, Woodford County, Chesapeake, several counties, what their aquatic centers reserve for, and what their rental fees for their night parties is. Then I'll do shelters one last time here, and then I'll take any questions on this before we move to the golf rates. Shelters and pavilions, you can see what our current fees are on each of those, and what our proposed fees and what our potential increase is. I don't have revenue adjustments in there just yet. That information is kind of still in the works. There are several shelters that we currently do not take reservations for or take fees for those. So now in this proposal, we have one of the proposals is to start charging a fee for some of these shelters that never have had a reservation fee for. So that can be up for discussion. So that's, I'm sorry I went through that really quick. I know it's a lot of numbers and a lot of information. I'll take any questions on these, and then we'll move to the golf rates.
Commissioner Waldridge.
Great. Thank you, Sean, for putting this together. It was very detailed, and I appreciate all the options that you did give, that you guys put together for us. I have to say overall, like, I completely understand that, a lot of our, our swim and our golf is a negative for us, as far as money revenue coming in. But I have to say, right now in increasing the baseball or softball fees for me, I guess I would say a no on that at this time. I would like to see that maybe increase moving forward. Could we propose that increase for 2023 or something of that nature? But I think with all the cuts that we're giving these businesses around and things of that nature, and just taking consideration of COVID, we really have to take our residents into consideration as well. And when we increase these fees, it some of these families, I understand that there's going to be a scholarship, which I'm a huge support of, and I was going to bring that up, but I saw that in your thing. But these families are still struggling, getting at this time. I'm not saying a year from now, once we get everything rolling in the right direction, but the cost does affect our children, and that's who we want to get out here and be social and be active. And so I would have to say no on the baseball and softball fees for the young ones right now, because the parents will have to pay that fee. I did like your option of where if they had multiple children, siblings, where they did get a discount. I did appreciate that. On that, I think that should be a given. You have multiple children in. I was leaning toward, which let me bring it up because you did well in your things. Let's see here. I was leaning for I was into the aquatic center. So the aquatic center, I know I've spoken to you about this, and I'm huge on the citizen rate, the resident rate, and a non-resident rate. Just some of the numbers, I guess, for me, I will throw out that I, want to balance for that is that, like, our ages 3 to 10, and that's usually some of our daycare and our summer program, and you have them proposed right now. Their current fees are $5.50. You have them proposed at $6. But then if you go down to our daycares, we have them at $3.50, and that's $4, which I understand it a bit because daycares bring in a big bunch of kids at one time, whether that's 30 or what have you, they bring them at one time. So I understand giving them a little bit of a discount, but also, you know, when they come in, they take up a lot of space at our pool where some residents don't get to get in because there's 3 or 4 different daycares. And I've been up there, and it's not just Frankfort daycares, it's Scott County, it's Lawrence, it's different, you know, different places. And so, you know, for me, when we give them such a deep cut there, you know, being that, especially when they're coming from other counties, I think we definitely need to take that consideration that, you know, there needs to be a non-resident for daycares and a resident, you know, for that. Is your business here in Frankfort? Is it not? But I also think that we can look from that 3 to 10 euro to do better on that cost for me. Not maybe $1 more than what the daycares are doing, but right now they're $2, and I think that's the same age group. And I just think that, you know, having daycares come, they take up a majority of the space, and then some of our people are standing outside. I did like the proposal you added down in fee comparisons for the aquatic center for Scott County. I love their night rentals. I know I've rented the pool a couple of times, and you know, that's a big fee, but I like the fact that that fee changes with the number of people. And right now in Franklin County, it doesn't really do that. Here in Frankfort, it doesn't do that. You pay one lump sum regardless if you have 30 people for the pool party or if you have the max number. And that's, you know, I understand you have to pay your lifeguards there. I get that. But if there's only going to be 30, you know, could those be cut down to make that cheaper? So I do like the average, the number of people for that. I know I'm all over the place, but it's so that's some things that I saw. And then I also wanted to go to your the field rentals that I had, was that I saw that across the board it seemed to be about $150. I did like that you have a resident and a non-resident for the proposal, so I do like that. But I was wondering, as we do upgrades to our fields and things of that nature, are we recouping any of that? I know that our lights right now over in Capitol area, you know, our lights were upgraded. And so does that make that expense, or does that fall in the same category? It's just a field. You're not doing any of that to do that, or that's why you're wanting to increase the non-resident expense on that. So I think I know I sort of threw up all over the place. But I just right now increasing on some of the kids items that will affect our children, I'd have to say no, but I would like us to propose something so our residents are prepared for it for, you know, a year forward while we're getting out of this COVID. I wouldn't want that to hit them in 2022.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm finished.
Sorry, Sean, go ahead.
No, you're fine. No, like we said, we've got time here. None of this is locked in stone, so we'll make those notes, and all of these proposals, any of these lines of fees, they can stay the same. They can go up, they can go down. You know, so we'll take your comments for sure and take that into consideration.
Thank you. And I wrote down my few little notes. I know you're in Florida, so I'll just send you an email and tag the city manager on some of my comments. So.
Thank you. Just send it straight over to me, because I'm sure we'll be collecting a lot. We'll have our debrief, and then I can collect it for Sean and his team.
Yeah. Commissioner Unger.
Thank you. I did want to make a couple comments. I will also make notes and send them over because I know this is a whole lot to discuss. I was wondering, let's see. So Patricia sort of touched on the night swimming. I have had a few comments from citizens where they were just upset that they couldn't swim at the pool at night, you know, just night swim in general. So I was wondering, if we had more night swimming nights available, would that generate more revenue than if we just had the rentals? Because I don't really know what those numbers look like.
Yeah, I'm not sure. We can look at that and see. We have a lot of night rentals. they make pretty good income for us. So I'd have to look at that a little bit closer, but
Okay.
it possibly could. Yeah.
Okay. I was just wondering.
This past year, we had brought that up to do more, and I think we were available during the week for almost all days except for maybe one or two to give staff a break or something. So it was brought up, but I don't know how much, as Commissioner Unger was sharing, how much money was coming in. But I do know that we did offer more dates this past year.
Yes.
For night swim, that sort of thing.
For night swimming, yeah.
And for the shelter and pavilions, I did not see Ward Oaks Amphitheater listed, or the CVP shelter, which I know is in fairly rough shape, probably. So we may not want to have that on there, but just wondering where that falls in.
Well, Ward Oats, Blair handles that through City Hall.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what rate we have on that right now, but I know Blair handles that through City Hall. Yeah.
Okay, just wondering. Thank you.
Commissioner Thompson, did you have a question or comment?
I also just want to add, sending these in, we know there's going to be a lot of questions. We can't get them all. You send them in, we'll compile, and we will come back out with some more information.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor. Just very briefly, and I know that's hard for everybody to believe. The Aquatic Center, beyond the fact that this is exactly the reason that Frankfort is kicking themselves, 6 years, 7 years down the road. I know Scott, I know Woodford, I know Shelby. Those fee comparisons, they look significantly lower than, I know Woodford County, for example, is significantly lower, and it is a smaller with less feature pool, but it is a year-round facility. It's an indoor facility on half of that, and you can charge less if you're open more than 90 days a year. And so apples to apples, I think you may look at Oldham County and maybe, I can't remember if Jessamine has an indoor portion of that. So they don't. Okay. So those numbers are probably more realistic. The resident versus non-resident, I guess my question is, and I think we might be able to look into this. I know, Sean, that we had talked about the scheduling software that we were all just discussing, and that you were working on as well. Is there a portion of that software that allows us to add any type of residential verification prior to appearing at the pool for entry? So you're going to go on a Monday morning, you're able to upload your driver's license and a piece of mail or whatever we decide those residency requirements are, and then they're already validated at that point, whether it's by staff or third party or whatever. So it's not like even if they forgot their ID or whatever else, they can do those things way ahead of time to get on the list, and they don't have to do it every time. There's a validated list that is able to be checked at a iPad or iPhone or something that anybody just has right there that is able to look. Is that something that is a possibility with the software upgrade that we're looking at, or is that something that we could look at?
Yeah, I'm not sure, to tell you the truth. Bobby and I have been working on that with Civic Rec and Civic Plus. Let me check with Bobby. We'll check with Bobby and see if that's something they can do. But
Yeah,
that's definitely
and I get.
a good idea. No, so it's a good idea.
I guess that goes to the baseball issues as well with regard to the field rentals, and I get a lot of those phone calls from people too who are saying, we got people coming in from Shelbyville and Anderson County, and they're having all their practices there. I actually love the idea that we propose a athletic field rental for that is actually lower than what we're doing right now for residential teams, and I would even go a little bit higher with regard to non-residential teams. And the reason that I say, or residential renters, the reason I say that is because we have local teams, as you well know, and Sean, you and I have talked about this. That you told me, if I had 12 more baseball fields, I could have them, and softball fields, I could have them filled every weekend. And the problem is that we have local teams who are unable to even get practice time, and they're having to go to other communities and paying money to other communities to get on those fields. And I think that not only would the financial aspect of that give us a benefit, but I wonder if there's a means by which to give a preference in any way to those organizations, and that's a concern. I don't have to have a answer, obviously. On the residential versus non-residential, I'm sorry, on the baseball, softball fees, I agree with Commissioner Waldridge. It's a hard time to be dealing with an increase in fees on the backs of our folks. We're talking about a $5,000 or $10,000.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
About a $5,000 or $10,000 jump, even if we do that. I don't necessarily think that's something that we want to do. However, I will say that our rates are comparable and even significantly lower than areas such as Shelby County and Mercer County, who, I mean, we're $25 lower than their major league, and they are a much smaller community. And we know that people are going to those communities to actually play because they have nice facilities. It's kind of a catch-22. We need better facilities to be able to justify our rates, but we need the rates to be able to build up the facilities. So it's just something to take into consideration when that comes through. So that's all that I have right now on those particular issues.
That it? Okay, well, Sean, you want to now talk about the golf fees, right?
I can, yes. I believe Kirk Schooley is on the line as well.
Yes.
Okay, thanks,
Yes,
Kirk.
Sean. Yes.
I'll run through this real quick, and then we'll take questions on this. This is a little more complicated, a little more in depth. There's a lot of numbers and a lot of information here, so please, right now, don't be too overwhelmed with it all. I know I am a little bit. I've had to really look at it. Kirk and I have met multiple times, and we've been through this a lot. So just kind of, for now, just kind of take it all in, and then we'll work through this. Good
I was just going to say, the questions, because it is a lot more complicated, we will sit down with each of you after this meeting over the next 2 to 3 weeks and be able to also answer in-depth questions as well.
Yes, thank you. And Laura alluded to it a few minutes ago. We already have a public meeting scheduled. We haven't advertised it just yet, but we will tomorrow or Wednesday advertise that for the pro shop. I don't have that date in front of me right here, but it is a couple weeks out. We're also preparing a survey, online and a paper survey to put at the pro shop for folks to kind of, we're going to have the meeting and we'll give them information to kind of get their feedback as well. So we will be getting public input on this. Okay, going through these real quick. Like I said, I'll kind of go through them kind of quick. There's a lot here. The first page or the second page there in your document. As you can see, our current golf rates, we have a lot of them. So we're recommending to condense those down. As you can see, we have senior and military, a spouse rate, a city employee rate, a college rate, a junior rate. So we're in season passes, and then general admission has adult, cart and walk, military, blah, 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 blah. So we're looking at condensing those down. So then on the right side of your spreadsheet there is kind of our first stab at, looking at condensing those down. Those fees, those are, can be adjusted. Like I said, these are just early projections and early numbers to try to put in there. Some maybe a little more than what we might want, so maybe a little less. So that's, like I said, this can all be adjusted. Then the next page, the third page here, that's fee comparisons, obviously for multiple other courses. We tried to pick courses that were similar to Frankfort, that were city owned. There's a bazillion golf courses in Kentucky, but a lot of them are privately owned or semi-private or country clubs. We only really tried to focus on municipality golf courses. So you can kind of see there across the board. Some offer some of the same things we do. Some of them don't. Some have charge more, some charge less. It's kind of all across the board. That's what made it kind of difficult when we looked at other golf courses. It's kind of everybody kind of did their own thing. It's really not a standardized rate policy across golf courses. So that's that information there. The fourth page there, I tried to break down our current fees for season passes, cart leases, and as well as our general admission. And I tried to just put in just an increase of $25, $50, or $100. And like I say, it could be more than that, it could be less than that. But I just kind of wanted to give you an idea. And this is based on 2019 numbers, which would be what we're calling our last normal year pre-COVID. That the golf course wasn't closed, or we weren't dealing with what we're dealing with now. So you can kind of see there what if we were to increase those. That's our best guess, just gauging on 2019 numbers. If we sold exactly the same thing we sold in 2019, but if we sold it at that new rate, that's the additional revenue that we would have brought in if everything stays the same. Then the last 4 pages here is 4 different options, and there's really 5 options. Well, there can be multiple options, but one option is just keep everything the same. That's always on the table. But we have 4 options here to change and modify. Each of the options has the condensed rates. We're very positive, and we're very sure that we need to condense those rates down, make them simpler for not only the public but our staff, and everything easier to sell and promote than trying to promote 15 different rates. But this is just kind of a modest increase. Basically, just right now we just have a flat rate Monday through Monday. We don't have additional fees on weekends. If you look back in the comparisons, most golf courses charge additionally on weekends for weekend play. So our first is just adding $3 for weekends, and then a modest increase on season passes and cart leases. The next option there is, and at the bottom of these in red, that's kind of our best guess of additional revenue that these options would bring. Again, these are projections. Could be less, could be more. This is kind of based on 2019 data. This is a more substantial increase. This is getting into $50 and $100 increases on season passes and cart leases. And this is also getting into a stiffer increase for daily play. So $2 increase during the week, and then $5 weekend additional fee. And then this option, as you can see there on the left in the blue there, there's multiple things that we're looking at and proposing. One of our, I guess, problems or concerns that we get voiced by a lot of players, that they'll go to the golf course, say they have friends in town, they try to get a tee time for tomorrow at noon, and oftentimes they can't get a tee time, or they get turned away because we have such a large number of cart leases, which we're selling all our carts for cart leases, which is a good thing. People are using our course, but it then makes our daily play for just people coming in out of town, our tourists, we have to turn them away because our cart leases are all rented out and they're all being used, so we don't have that availability. So there towards the bottom, there's kind of several different options, and a lot of golf courses do this to try to limit cart leases. We can either raise fees on cart leases. We can either limit how many carts we lease out, so there's more available for out-of-town guests, or even residents that don't have a membership can still play. There's additional fees if they go over a certain amount of uses. There's several options there, which can all be discussed. We'll discuss this in our public meeting, and kind of hopefully narrow it down to figure out what our best option is to move forward.
And Sean, can I just add one thing to that?
Yeah.
Because I think it's a really important point. And as you all think about this, I think there's some philosophical approaches here as we think about a fee structure. We want a fee structure that is equitable, that is fair, but we also want to make sure that it's accessible, and our golf courses are accessible to our community. And if we have, and we'll talk about this with the passes, if we have so many people who want to play but can't because all the tee times are by season pass holders, and the carts too, that's part of the calculation of where of losing the opportunity for others to play. Maybe they're not retired, they can't play every day, but they would like to. But the way that we're structured right now, it really eliminates the possibility of a lot of people who want to, spur the moment to come up and to pay the full fare for the cart, but the opportunity to be able to play. So, and when Sean was talking about reducing the number of categories, I would have to agree. So philosophically, when you look at them, and I know this might not make me too popular with some folks, but no other public golf courses that I see on here are offering, we offer discounts to city employees. Should that still happen? Should it be junior and senior? Maybe it's just all students, even military and senior. But as you all look through this, I would just encourage you to think philosophically about some of the approaches we, looking at a fair and equitable to, cover some of the costs, not all the costs, but provide these wonderful amenities, but make them available to more folks.
Yeah, and thank you, Laura. Just the last two here. The third option here. This kind of reduces our fees a little bit back down to kind of a more modest increase, but then it takes into consideration not offering the cart lease anymore. Some golf courses, like all of the city of Lexington, have no cart leases and have no season passes. However, it's Lexington. They have a bigger population, so they can kind of get all their daily play. They get their play there. But just want to throw it out there as an option, because some courses do not have cart leases. So that carts are available for their daily play and to be able to fill up their tee times. And then the last option there is not having season passes or cart leases at all, as then, and just a modest increase as well. So I know that's a lot there. So I will take any questions. Kirk is on the line. He knows these better than I do. So we'll try to clear up anything you might have. And like I said, definitely, we'll take your notes and comments and submit that to us. And this is still a work in progress. This is not locked in stone. We still have to get public input. So it's going to take a little bit of time. So.
No questions or comments? Sean, you did a great job. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Like I said, I know it's a lot. It was a lot for me. This took longer than I expected it to. Once I started getting into it and working with Kirk, I was like, whew. Looking at all these other golf courses, I'm like, this is going to take a little more time, a little more in-depth research here. So we'll, like I said, we'll keep on working on this, and we'll take your suggestions, and we'll tweak this. We'll take the community's input, and we'll tweak these options some more. And then we'll bring this back to you for more discussion at either the voting meeting in October or the work session in November. So like I said, we have some time here.
Okay, thank you, Sean, and thanks for all your hard work.
Yeah, thank you all.
All right. Well, that is the end of discussion items. Next up, action items, and it's actually a public hearing and a second reading. So we will need to take a recess from the work session and go into the public hearing. And I will, well, if we're going to take a recess, do you all want to take a little bit, 5 minutes? Okay. I'll entertain a motion to go into recess.
So moved to go into recess.
Second.
Okay, we have the motion, and all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And Ms. Laura Ross, do we need a motion to go into the public hearing? Or do we need a separate motion for that?
Yes, when we come back from recess, we can you'll actually gavel the public hearing into, you know what? I'm wrong, Mayor. It's late. I apologize. No, we do not need a motion to go into the public hearing.
Okay.
You can gavel that in.
All right. Well, we're going to recess 5 minutes? Okay. See you soon. hearing and a second reading. And I will turn this over to Bar Ross.
I think at this point, we'd see if there are any citizens present. The link was provided, and I don't know if Bobby knows. This is the first time we've ever done this virtually. I don't know if Bobby knows if there are any citizens present.
There are no citizens present or requested.
Okay.
So no public comment.
Okay, Mayor, if that's the case, then we can close the public hearing and go back into our regular work session.
Okay. I will entertain a motion to close the public hearing and go back into work session.
So moved.
Motion
Second.
and a second. And all those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Same sign. All right. Now go back into work session. Okay, now that we're back in the work session, we will have a second reading of the ordinance fixing the rate of taxation.
And Mayor, I would just like to say too, you all don't see the remaining tax ordinances that we had the first readings on. There were 3. We actually had one on domestic life insurance companies and one on motor vehicles. Those were not urgent for tonight, so they will be on the voting meeting for the second readings. An ordinance fixing the rate of taxation for the year of 2021 on all real and tangible personal property subject to tax, public service companies, and levying said tax for all city purposes. This ordinance establishes that the 2021 City of Frankfort ad valorem tax rate is 19 6/10 cents on each $100 valuation of all real and personal property, 19 6/10 cents on each $100 valuation on public utilities and public service companies taxable on a franchise basis.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on this motion? Ask the clerk to please call for a vote.
Commissioner Waldridge,
Yes.
Commissioner Thompson,
Yes.
Commissioner May,
Yes.
Commissioner Unger,
Yes.
Mayor Wilkerson.
Yes. And that motion carries. All right, great job. And we will now move out of the action items onto the discussion of the next tentative agenda. I have a couple of things that are maybes. Recycle and the parks fees are maybes. And Commissioner Thompson?
Mayor, I would genuinely like for us to have a resolution in the next meeting to recognize October. I know it'll be at the end of October, but October as Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and the fact that that condition affects 1 in 8 women in the United States is something that we need to highlight as a community and do everything we can to try to assist in that. So I would ask that there be a resolution on that night drafted by city staff to address that, please.
Okay.
I would agree.
And that is on our radar now. Thank you.
And I will add, as I've worked for American Cancer Society for the last 2 years, and just add that our wonderful commissioner, Kyle Thompson, I recruited him to be a Real Men Wear Pink. So he is raising funds now for during the month of October, wearing pink every single day for American Cancer Society. And if you are his Facebook friend or Instagram or social media, he has a link out there for you to go and donate toward American Cancer Society if you'd like to do so. during the month of October. So his goal is 2,500, I believe, I think is what we had you at, Kyle. So let's help him meet his goal for Frankfort and supporting all those that have passed, that are survivors, and those that are fighting the fight now.
Thank you, Commissioner.
We'll wear a pink tie on voting session. Any unfinished business?
No.
Okay. Seeing none.
I'm sorry, I had a tentative agenda item. I'm sorry, I was doing that for Kyle and forgot. The holidays are coming up, and so our parks and different people are going to start decorating eventually for Frankfort. And I just would like, I mean, we've had the same decorations forever. If we could just sort of put a little oomph in it and make it a little bit more magical, and not have a Scrooge tree this year. I don't want a Charlie Brown tree at the end of St. Clair. I would like a nice tree for our city. I think most people's homes have better trees than what we had last year. So I would just like to maybe put that out there. I don't know if it really needs to be on the agenda or not, but if it's going to increase cost or something, I'm sure it will. But it just crossed my mind. I would love for us to be more festive during the holidays rather than what we've done before, and definitely focus on our tree.
Maybe it works.
Yes, I can add just a little bit to that. There would, I've actually talked to Sean Pickens about our Christmas tree decorations. I know last year there was a smaller live tree. We did not use the artificial tree that we've used in years past. So there will be a different, larger tree. I think it's honestly hard to be able to procure new decorations. It is estimated that a new artificial tree is, Sean said, about $20,000. I would need some clear direction from you all, because we've been thinking about this too, because we'd like to spread some joy, but there is cost implications. Whether there's certain things we can do now and then hold off on a purchase next budget year. But there will be a difference where it won't be a live tree. We can do a larger artificial tree. And we can talk to others and our partners to see about some additional decorations. But I wanted to just provide a little bit more of the information to you all, and then hear from you about clear direction if you'd like us to bring you some proposals at the voting session, because we would need to move quickly.
I think that'd be a great idea. And I think one thing is that maybe we can reach out to the county as well. They don't really have their own tree, I don't believe. And so I think, partnering up with them and helping decorate the city and be nice, I think that would be conducive to a partnership with the city and county.
To add on to that, Commissioner Waldridge and City Manager Haig, I think we need to reach out to the state. I mean, I think the Capitol Avenue needs to be spruced up, and it would be nice of them to help us out with that as well. So, Governor, if you're listening, I hope you got that checkbook. Let's make this a nice Christmas for everybody.
I'm sure he's watching.
With a bourbon in his hand.
No other tentative agenda items. How about unfinished business?
Mayor, can I add something to unfinished business? I just wanted to touch on something very briefly. In this weekend's State Journal, there was an article that discussed the total surprise of the city with the fact that we were not prepared for the fact that we were going to have less occupational taxes, and that we were unprepared for that based upon state government. And I think that's a little misleading. I think this entire group, from the time we were all running for office in 2020, we could see the writing on the wall. I know that I have shouted it from the rooftops to the point that everybody was tired of listening to me. On February 3rd, we had a long discussion with the developers and the owners of parcels B and C. We discussed the financial impact of economic development in that area. And we also explained that at the time we were facing dire economic issues due to the loss of the occupational tax. So that's actually in the State Journal where we discussed that. So the fact that 9 months later, 8 months later, they say that the city was caught off guard is a little misleading to the citizens of Frankfort. Our staff is fantastic. They knew what was going on. They knew what was happening. The question was how to fix it, and we immediately started making cuts, and that was the whole purpose of our budgetary process in June. And I give credit to Tommy Russell for working hard on that with Ms. Boyd as well. And again, on March 25th, 2021, a State Journal article by Austin Horn, myself and the mayor are quoted as saying that we believe that the economic impact would be between $2 and $3 million loss of occupational tax. It was actually less. It was $1.9 million. And so we had prepared for actually worse than what it was. So I know that it's easy to cast blame on city officials when things are not exactly the way things should be, and in this society and the tenor in which people address politicians, it's easy to do that. But this commission, this group of people, even when we were doing our debates and doing all that stuff last summer, we were all talking about this. We all knew it. And the first time we ever talked in December, before we had any meetings, we all talked about that one issue, and it was discussed in our very first meeting. So I just want to make the community aware, and I want to give a very big kudos to our staff for preparing us for that and getting us the information that we needed. And I know that Mr. Horn with the State Journal is aware of that. He did not write that article, but I just want everyone to know we knew what was going to happen. We knew there was going to be a problem, and we're trying to fix it. And that's just something that you have to figure out. And finding new revenue streams in this world is just not an easy task. So thank you, Mayor, for allowing me to humor me.
You're welcome. No, good points. And we'll now move on to new business. Yes, Commissioner Waters.
I have two things. So one, I know I've already sent in to city manager and city staff. Resident Craig Blanton had brought up the sign that I mentioned earlier. They are already working on this and looking to see who is responsible for repairing that, what that cost would be, and things of that nature. So I believe Ms. Haig, our city manager, is going to put that on for next meeting, maybe our voting meeting, and have some information on that. But that was my
Park is responsible. It's enough damage that they know that they're going to have to get some estimates to have some outside help. So, yep.
Okay, great. So I just wanted to move that forward. And again, this also goes back to our app that we have where people can take pictures and let that location be known around the area. And so this is another one where a resident spoke out on something he saw and was able to get it to one of the commissioners. And now you'll be able to do it from an app, which will make it probably faster and give you more updates. So that was my first thing. My second thing is we have rain coming in the next, I think toward the weekend, Friday and Saturday, maybe. I think we have rain coming. And I get my nails done over in Franklin Square, and right in front of the movie theater, there's a couple of drains. I don't know if those are technically manned by the city or if that should be something that the developer or the owner of that property does, but there are two drains there that have been that are growing trees, it seems like, and weeds and grass. And so when it rains, there's a puddle. I went to go get my nails done a few months ago. When I came out, there was a puddle I could literally swim in, which I think that that is a concern for our city, because if someone's going to the movie theater and their child takes off running and falls in such a deep thing of water, they could drown. That's how deep it was. It came up to probably almost a foot, probably on when I was walking through it. I'd gotten a something from the owner of LA Nails, and he brought it to me, and I dug out some to get the water that day flowing. But again, there's still debris that is blocking that. So I'm not sure if that's a city responsibility or if the city can contact them to say, this is a liable issue that someone could get hurt. And a kid could drown if they fall in that water during high waters. So I just wanted that to be known. And some of those businesses are having issues with that water not draining. Great, thank you.
City manager's making notes right now about it.
All right, I would have sent you an email, but I literally just left from getting my toes done, and I forgot to mention it at the last meeting and send an email. So that's why I brought it up now.
No problem.
Okay, any other new business? If not, we can go into executive session. Commissioner May? Oh, yes, Commissioner May.
Thank you, Mayor, fellow BOC and C staff. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. One of the things that I know has been something on my radar, and we've talked about it as a group, is sustainability, and both sustainability and from an economic standpoint and then from an energy standpoint. And we know that there are certain mandates on federal levels that are being targeted at 2050 and goals and such. And I think it's really important as a capital city that we start taking the right and necessary steps to meet the goals and having the conversations now to meet those in time. So one of the things I would like for us to do is work on a clean, affordable energy resolution that helps both our citizens and the economy. I would like to start getting the rest of the commissioner's input on these conversations. I've been working on information from communities around not just the Commonwealth, but the country that have done similar. Louisville Metro has done one. And right now the goal, for us, I think, to focus on is the intent and then making sure that we have a clear direction of where we want to head and having a unified voice and vision for that so that we can continue to be the best place to live and provide clean and affordable energy to our community, both the residents and those that choose to do business here.
Right. And we will certainly look forward to discussing that at an upcoming work session.
Thank you, Mayor. Could I get some, I would say, I've had conversations with Commissioner May, so I appreciate him bringing this up about doing a resolution supporting clean, renewable energy, also looking at energy efficiency, energy audits. And I've also had conversations with the Frankfort Plant Board and individual citizens who are also interested in this area. And one thing I'd like to offer in this is that I think part of this resolution, which I think is important to state what our goals are for sustainability, and in light of various UN resolutions, climate, national goals, is that we also have a community conversation about it. I think it's important that our community is a part of these discussions about renewable energy and moving forward and what should be our targets. Commissioner May talked about having these conversations, and I think I'm 100% for that. And others in our community would probably like to lend their voice to it as well. And looking at ways and, not for the, for the committee to have goals, and we can think about some of the how of how do we want to achieve the type of goals or ambitious goals, 2050, 2030, that everyone's been talking about. I would leave it up to a committee, but I find that I would welcome the opportunity where the Frankfort Plant Board, where citizens and others, a diverse group, could also contribute to this conversation.
I'm in full support, Commissioner May, and I would love to hear more and have a deeper conversation. So.
I support it as well. Commissioner Thompson.
I actually support it as well, and Commissioner May and I talked about it earlier today. I know that may surprise some people. That the truth of the matter is that 5 years ago, green energy opportunities were not what they are now, and there will be a point where they're not only economical, but they will be necessary to be good stewards of this earth and our time here. So I think if we can find the economical sweet spot that not only provides us with the financial benefits, but also the long-term sustainability for our community, that would be great. I want to make sure we set those goalposts for 2030 and 2050 in reasonable locations, so that we don't have to make them easily, but they are attainable. And then at the same time, I want to make sure that we don't make it difficult on those who have the meagerest of funds, those who struggle economically. We don't want to set standards that are unattainable for them. So that's my goal in all that we do, and I 100% agree. And I hope we all have the opportunity to own Teslas soon. So,
Commissioner Unger.
I'd also just like to show my support. I think you know how I feel about it, and I appreciate you working on trying to draft up this resolution for us to discuss. So, thank you.
And if I could add one more thing, I think it is important to just put that stake in the ground and say this is what our goal is, and we still have an opportunity. If we do it soon, we'd still be one of the first to do so, but it won't be long before we'd be one of the last if we delay it too long. So I think it's important to be in the capital city. We need to lead by example here, because it's going that direction. And now's the time.
Great. So I think I hear a clear consensus that our city staff will work with Commissioner May on this resolution and bring forth one for the next work session in November, or would you like it for the October voting session?
I can speak on that. I would, if the rest of the board feels comfortable with what they're presented with and prepared to make a vote, I would love to have that as soon as possible. Certainly.
So October voting session.
That would be my preference would be the October voting session. That's correct.
But we'll let staff, if you can't pull it off, but yeah, we'll listen to you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner May. Any other new business? If not, I will entertain a motion to go into executive session.
Mayor, I move that we go into executive session per KRS 618101F, personnel discussion of an employee's request for a hearing.
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second by Commissioner Thompson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. No opposed. Okay, we'll now go into executive session. now back in open session. Thanks for waiting.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion at this time if possible. I would like to move that per discussions related to the executive session per KRS 61-810 subsection 1 subsection F, that the city commission agrees and adopts the recommendations of the city manager and the remainder of the executive staff related to the individual in question.
Second.
So we have a motion and we have a second. And do we have any discussion? Does the motion need to say anything different? Okay. Okay. I'll ask the clerk, please call for a vote. No discussion.
Commissioner Waldridge,
Yes.
Commissioner Thompson,
Yes.
Commissioner May,
Yes.
Commissioner Unger,
Yes.
Mayor Wilkerson.
Yes. And that motion carries.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. No opposed. See you next time. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Bye.